Welcome, welcome, welcome. Is there anybody there? I'm standing in, or sitting in. Oh, I need a shave. Come on then, get in. Let's just get the chat up. Well, let's pour myself a glass of wine. Cheers. I haven't had appetizer in decades. Blimey. Appetizer indeed. Yes, it's on. Welcome. It's just me at the moment. I'm starting this in lieu, not in the loo, but in lieu of Mr. Spong joining us, who is currently otherwise engaged with egg chasing, or watching egg chasers, as is his wont. But he will be in probably in about 50 minutes or so, I think, once the rugby's finished. I don't even know who's playing. I know it's the World Cup. I only really get into the rugby towards the end when it gets all exciting. Here we go, Rugby World Cup. Ireland are playing South Africa. And Ireland are winning at half-time, or were winning at half-time, against the Springboks. That's my terrible South African accent, which I did try in South Africa, and it raised a chuckle or five. I don't think there are favourable chuckles either. I love South Africa. I haven't been there for years. I must go again soon. Yes. So was I, Steve. So was I. Saturday night TV just, well, it ain't what it used to be 30 years ago. And I can't stand Strictly or Michael McIntyre. And I've kind of gone off Casualty. So you probably got me for a little while, and then I might have to nip off because I think the missus wants to watch the morning show, and I kind of like the morning show. So once Kent gets here, I might zip off for an hour. But I thought, why not get things going? Kent's obviously given me permission to do this, so I haven't just hijacked the channel. There we go. Anyway, so what have you lovely lot been up to today? I'll tell you all about mine. My weekend so far has been painful, and I'm stressed to fuckery. But there you go. I didn't get up till late because I was quite tired, and then I spent a good number of hours dicking around trying to get the video output from the Yamaha Modi X7 Plus that I've got over there to output over HDMI, so that when I do Synthfest in a couple of weeks with Manny, anyone that comes to watch our seminar will be able to see what Manny's doing on the Modi X, but on the big screens, without having, a camera over the shoulder, which is never great because, reflections and stuff. And it kind of gets in the way of the person operating. So Manny said, "Oh yeah, you can output the video from a montage or a Modi X just through the USB port." And I'm like, "How do you do that?" And he said, "What you need is one of these things." And he showed me a video, I think, and he said, "That's what you've got. That's what I've got." He said, "Get yourself one of those." And what it is a USB 2.0 converter to either, well, first of all, it converts it to DVI, that kind of rectangular thing with the lots of mini pins and then one big flat one thing. But then you also get two adapters that convert the DVI into either VGA or HDMI, and it's designed to go into a monitor, so you can extend your monitor from your device that outputs its video over USB into one of those things. But apparently, according to these videos, and there's numerous videos, if you take that HDMI output and stick it into a capture card, like my Cam Link that I've got, that I use, that you're seeing me through right now, how my camera gets into the system, then you can then capture that audio on your computer. So I thought, this is what we'll do to save on connections and messing around. I'll have my laptop on stage, which has got a few presentation slides to accentuate my dialogue and Manny's dialogue, some examples and stuff, visual things, and I'll put the Modi X Plus onto that as a separate feed, and then we can flick between the two, and you can see what Manny's doing, and then you can watch the PowerPoints, and that's what we'll do. So get everything out today, and I haven't got a huge amount of room in here to move around, so I went into the lounge and tried to set it up on the TV first, which should work because it works as a monitor, and it didn't. All I got was a green screen, bright green, like this, like that. And I was a little bit perturbed, but I thought, maybe it's just not outputting the right HDMI. And I tried a few different cables, and that didn't work. And then I thought, well, okay, I'll forget that. I'll just do what I want to do and plug it into my MacBook. And I got a green screen again. And I thought, what's going on here? It's not right. Rebooted everything and eventually got it to output the Modi X screen. But do you remember in the good old days of cathode ray tube televisions, especially on the older ones, you had vertical hold and horizontal hold? It was like somebody was at the back of it going like this, because it was just like all over the place. Very, but it was clearly, definitely outputting something. So I thought, maybe it's one thing, maybe it's another. I tried different things. I thought, maybe it needs, a really fast HDMI cable. So I've got one that can handle up to 8K and all this kind of stuff. And no, same thing, different USB cables and all of that stuff, and nothing. Then, of course, I start troubleshooting it and going online, and I was watching Rands, and I was talking to some people in the chat. Kosh was one, Wagyu was another, Half God, you're all here, you should know all this by now. And got a few suggestions and tried things, and nothing. And in the end, I boxed the thing up. This is the adapter, and it's now sitting in the box waiting to go back to Amazon. And I found one on eBay, which is famous last words. So I found one on eBay, and And the one thing that I noticed about all the videos I watched of all these people that just said, hey, you want to put your Modi X or Montage screen onto your computer or a monitor, use one of these. And they're all holding the same adapter as mine, except theirs was made by a company called Pluggable and mine was Waves something or other. But physically, they're identical. It's one of these Chinese things. It's been manufactured. It's just got different names on, so it's all kind of, well, you'd assume it was all exactly the same. And it was the same spec. It was USB 2, not USB 3. It was exactly the same spec. But the Pluggable one, as in that's the brand name, that was available on Amazon. I'd got it saved in my favourites, and I went to look at it the other day when I bought this thing, and it was no longer available anywhere. They didn't, it wasn't even as if they did a, like a different version or anything. So I did a bit of searching and found this other one. Oh, look, it's exactly the same, just different brand name on. So it must be the same. So that's what I ordered. That's what turned up, and that's what wasn't working. And so I gave up in the end because I was getting really frustrated and anxious, because we're 2 weeks away. I mean, literally in 2 weeks' time we'll have finished, and hopefully we'll be out with a bunch of you guys in Sheffield eating and drinking. Yes, Kosh, I do. I tried VGA, I tried HDMI, I tried DVI. It's definitely the converter, not the adapters or the cables, because I tried all sorts of different things and got exactly the same results. South Africa have gone back into the lead. So anyway, so that's now sitting in the box, being collected on Monday. And I found one on eBay that is the same make and the same model as the one that everybody in these videos is using. So if that doesn't work, then but anyway, last resort, Manny apparently has one himself. So one can only hope that when he brings it over, he'll that'll be okay and everything will be tickety-boo. And yeah, final resort is that we point a physical camera at the screen and we go with that instead. I was having a chat with Jamie the other day because he's doing all the filming, and he kind of told me what they've got, so fingers crossed. We'll get it. So I gave up with that and got really peed off with it. And I thought, right, okay, I've got the other thing to do, which is to get the TX816 and the QX1 out from over there in the racks. So right here, you can't just out of shot. I've got my TX816 and the mixers, and I've got the QX1, I've got drum machines and everything. And this is where I actually realise I have very little space to do stuff. So tomorrow morning I will be tackling that and making sure that I've got all the cables, and because I panic. I know that I'll be halfway up the A1 to Sheffield, and I'll be thinking, did I pack those MIDI cables? Did I pack this? So generally I always pack too much because I always think that I'm going to forget it. But anyway, no, I haven't just got back from Plymouth. I am not one of the poor unfortunate souls that, there's 1,300 of us went up today to Home Park to watch an absolute abomination. 4-0 at half time. It was just ridiculous. And then to lose 6-2. Oh, don't even talk to me about it. That really didn't help. So, yeah, not a good day, especially when Ipswich ended up winning 4-3 over Blackburn. But so there you go. So and the other thing that depressed me is I've got like the Hydra synth that's just sat there propped up against a box because I've got nowhere to put it at the moment. I've had to take down my KX88 to put the Modi X7 Plus up because I need to transfer all of Manny's data across onto that. I've got an Emax 2 that stood there that nobody in the group wanted to buy, or certainly hasn't expressed any interest in. So if you want an Emax 2, 1 meg Emax 2, hit me up. I've got one for sale. It will be going on eBay / Reverb within the next week or so. So yeah, I got all that stuff out, and then I just thought, you know what, it's like it's dinner time, so I had some dinner. And then I thought, I'll come in, there'll be a pub tonight and I can just chill. And I sat here waiting, like I'm sure a lot of you have, and thinking, what's going on? I'm sure, you know, Kent last night said he was going to do one. So then I thought, well, while I'm waiting, because I'm sure he will be, I thought I'll play around with this thing, which has been a lovely, lovely experience, this AM1X. So I thought, well, I've gone through all the factory sounds, and there's some good ones. You know, they're kind of, you know, of their time. And I've got a whole bunch of patches. The majority of which, the vast majority of which, are in AN1 format, which is the AM1X editor. So I've got the AM1X editor. Of course, it's from 1997, and it's Windows only, because the Mac version just won't work because it's expecting a PowerPC. So I got the Windows version. I've got a VM, so I thought, oh, that's no problem. I'll install it on the VM, and did that and hooked it up over MIDI and shared the MIDI with the VM, and it's all communicating, and I can play the AM1X from the editor. But geez, trying to get the patches over, because it's not like other old vintage synths where you kind of have to unlock the memory by turning memory protect off, or, you know, setting something up. You just zip the files, or, you know, zap the files over. And I was hitting send, nothing was happening on the synth. Oh, what the hell going on? Trying all these different things. Eventually got a batch of sounds over, but every time, like every 5 seconds or so, it would say receiving data, and then it would say something like sysx error full or something like that. I thought, what the hell? Finished transmission, went through the patches, and some of the patches had gone over and some hadn't. So I think, why is that? What's going on there? Tried a few others. Some worked better than others. Some didn't. Eventually discovered that actually I can just export them as sysx files and zap them over as sysx, and that seems to work a lot better. So I've now got to go through each one of these AM1X edit files and convert them to sysx and then just be done with it. Which is a shame, really, because I kind of like the editor, even though it's kind of small on the screen and stuff. To give you an idea, I wonder if I can share this here. Apparently I'm talking quite. I think I'm conscious of the fact that I'm on my own, so I'm maybe talking in a lower register. But I think my microphone volume, maybe if I just bump it up a little bit while I'm doing this. There we go. I don't know. This is my radio voice. Can I share this? Yeah, I can. Look at that. And there we go. You see, so I've got this running in a little VM. Now it looks big here, but actually on my screen, because the monitor resolution is higher, it's a little small. So it's just like, but yeah, it was really annoying me earlier, trying to get these patches in that I've got. So I just, you know, instead of doing this whole select all thing, I just went export like that, chose sysx, and then just saved it out as sysx. So I've probably got to do that for each bank that I've got, and I've got quite a few that I've hoovered up or bought online. So and then you've got to go through them, which is a pain on the AM1X. I don't know, I remember this from the CS1X. You have to literally press a button to cycle through every single patch, one, rather than, using a dial. Although I'm sure I can assign one of the assignable dials to patch select or something. I don't know. I'm still learning that one. Yes, Bowie did use the CS1X on stage around 2000, I think it was. If you watch the Glastonbury 2000 footage, one of his young lady keyboard player, vocalist type people stood behind a CS1X of all things. Here he is. Let me just get rid of that. And at last, I've got somebody with me.
Hello, mate.
How you doing?
Not bad. Where's Spongy? I thought
he's watching the Rugger on pain of death.
Oh, fucking poor sod.
I know, bloody egg chasers.
Jesus.
Yeah, never mind. How's you been?
I'm all right, mate. I'm not bad. You?
Yeah.
Well, what are you drinking?
Oh, just some of that.
Oh, hang on. I'm getting.
Oh,
nice. I'm getting echo back.
Oh, that's because I've got my bloody speakers on.
I wonder what it was.
Nobody said in the chat. Although I suppose they're not going to get it until somebody else comes on and introduces that. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Anyway, yeah, so no, I've just been regaling our audience with my woes for the day.
Have you been pissing about with the regen?
No, I've not. Do you know, it's still in its fucking box, and that's where it's going to stay for a bit.
Fair play, yeah.
No, I was this morning. They say this morning, sort of lunchtime. I was testing the video output from the Modi X because apparently it spits out its video across USB.
All right, okay.
Yeah, I bought all the adapters as instructed, and was just having no luck at all. The image was like bouncing around, like the old vertical and horizontal hold had fucked up on the CRTs. Couldn't figure it out. Tried loads of different cables, tried loads of it. The only thing that's different, between what I've got and what all these people on the internet, on YouTube, who are demonstrating how easy it bloody is that my converter that I bought looks identical to the ones they have, but it has a different brand name on it, and so it's probably got a slightly different chipset in there to the one. So I went on eBay because, unfortunately, Amazon don't sell that one anymore. So I went onto eBay and managed to find one on eBay that's just a little bit more than the one that I bought. So the one that I bought has gone back to Amazon, and this other one should turn up next week. So yeah, I was just, and then I dragged everything else out. I've got the TX here and the QX and all this other stuff, and I've just sat here looking at it thinking, oh God, this is all going to go wrong. I know it won't. I know it won't, but that's what I think. That's the way my mind goes.
You'll be fine, and you're going to have Manny by your side, so,
Well, that's what makes it scarier, you see.
Oh, bollocks. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Listen, you had a bad experience the other night, or you think you had a bad experience the other night. It wasn't. And I think that's just sort of sitting in your head a bit.
Yeah, more than likely. So, but I've got a Barbie. We're having a Barbie tomorrow. Probably the last one of the season. We've got me eldest and his missus and his dog coming over, which is going to be fun because we've got 2 cats that aren't allowed outside. So,
deep joy.
So we've got to, the dog's going to stay outside, but we're going to have to keep internal doors shut and the cat's on this side of the house.
I've done that one before. Yeah, that's no fun, is it?
No, especially if one of them gets out, because that'll be a fucking nightmare. Still, hopefully I'll be too drunk to care.
Well, fucking, you've started already, so you just carry on.
Mate, I said my missus went out to get the meat for the Barbie, and she said, "Do you want some beer?" And I said, "Yeah, go on, get some." And she calls me from the supermarket and she tells me what they've got. And she said, "Oh, they've got a case of Corona here, which is just nice to sip with a Barbie." So I said, "Yeah, go and get that." I said, "Have they got any of that Leffy Blonde, which I'm really getting into at the moment? I do like a bit of. It's 6 or 7%, but it's got flavour to it. It's not like lager. It's not too gassy, and it's not like bitter where it's a little bit too bitter. It's just kind of nice.
Yeah.
So I said, because she's been picking up this 4-pack from Lidl's, I think it was, just like 330 bottles in a 4-pack. So just get me one of those for whilst I sit and listen painfully to Norwich City losing 6-2. And she said, they haven't got any of these, but they've got a bigger bottle. I said, what, you mean like the Heineken ones? She goes, no, they're bigger. 750ml.
Fucking 3/4 of a litre.
It's a wine-sized bottle of Leffe beer. So because Norwich were playing so badly, I finished that off. So I had that this afternoon, and then in between that and having the wine, I got a bit thirsty, so I had to test one of the Coronas.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. So anyway, I'm not an alcoholic.
No. I don't miss it at all. And when I do get sort of like, I could really do with a beer, it's like, right, fuck it, I'll get the 0% Guinness. And it's just like,
that's not bad.
That's really nice.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, because it tastes like Guinness.
Mm.
No, I usually sort of like after Christmas sometime, I'll maybe just stop for a month or so and just not have anything. And I generally get, I don't sit there and go, oh God, I need a drink. I just, I kind of miss having, something. But like you say, you get some non-alcoholic stuff in, and you just sip that.
Generally kicks the sort of the, you want a drink. For me, it just gets rid of that. So
yeah. So anyway, there we go.
Oh, I don't know.
Yes, so it's a bit of a mess in here at the moment. Everything I had to shift things around and unplug, untangle the fucking cable fairy. Seriously, fuck. And then I was helping Grace as well this morning. Is she not?
Oh, yeah, because she's got the amp with a DX7 or something, is she?
Not anymore. She hasn't.
All fixed.
Singing like a bird. Yeah.
So what was that with it?
Or should I say, it's ding donging like a bell. I don't rightly know, because what was happening, she was sending the Sysx data across or loading voices in from a cartridge, and like the first 3 or 4 were going in, and then the rest of them were all corrupted and or not behaving well. So she pinged me this morning when I was still in bed, and I'm like, well, you could try this and try that. And I said, then I stumbled, I said, how are you connecting your DX7 to your computer? And she said, I've got one of those USB to MIDI cables. Mm-hmm. I said, I've heard many a horror story of those not transmitting data that well.
Yeah.
So I said, have you got any other way? And she's like, no, I haven't. She said, I've got another one of these, I can try that. So I said, I wonder if it's like global settings or something. Because she put a new battery in and everything, so that was all, it wasn't the battery, and the battery was coming up full voltage, and so it was just odd. And then I can't remember what we actually did. I said, yeah, that's it. I said, go into the service menu, the test menu, run through all the tests, see if you get any memory errors or anything like that. And I said, give that a go. And after she did that, she said, I did all that. I changed the cable. I sent the data across, and it seems to be working, except every patch has got portamento on it, where it shouldn't be. And I said, well, go into your portamento settings and see what it's set at. And they were all set at some arbitrary but incorrect figure.
Yeah.
So she changed it all, and it was all perfect.
Oh, fucking hell, there you go. Do you know, go on.
I was going to say, somebody's either put in a whole bunch of random settings, because this is with early versions of the firmware, those settings were all global. So it didn't matter what patch you selected if you'd got the thing set up again. So I asked her if she could check what firmware she's on, because I thought maybe if she's got the latest, the final firmware on, that doesn't store any of it like sets everything to 0, which could account for some oddities. But no, so I don't really. I think we just kind of brute forced it into working. So yeah, she's golden. She was really happy. So and I haven't heard from her since. So.
The best make of USB to MIDI cables I've found is ESI.
Yes, them or Roland. The Roland one's supposed to be okay.
I bought an ESI one. Oh fucking hell! It was one of the first MIDI cables I bought, and I've still got it, and it works flawlessly. I've got XP MIDI, mate. That's how far it's going back to Windows XP.
Yeah.
I just plug it in, it just works. Yeah. All the other ones are crap, but I've got to get a couple more.
I know a lot of people. I see it, all the time in groups. I say, I'm trying to send sysx data to this synth or that synth from a laptop or from a computer, and people go through a whole bunch of things, and then eventually somebody pipes up and says, how are you I them? And they'll say, I bought one of those USB to MIDI cables off of Amazon or eBay or something, and 99 times out of 100 it's an unbranded Chinese thing. So I'm not disparaging Chinese workmanship, but there are lots of cheap nasty cables out there.
Oh yeah.
And as what you've also got to remember is that the DX7 was that very early part of MIDI, wasn't fully compliant, as nothing was back then. So it has some oddities. But yeah, the Roland one, I've heard is it the UA22 or something? I can't remember what it's called now. But it's a USB to MIDI. That one always seems to sort people out. And the ESI, so I've got an ESI 16-port MIDI interface, and it's also a USB hub as well. And you plug that in, and all 16 ports can be ins or outs. It automatically senses. You don't have to do anything.
Fucking hell.
If you take a synth and you just plug the cables into the in and out of the back of the synth, and you can plug them into any port between 1 and 16, and it will know which one's the in and which one's the out, and that's it, sorted, and that's it. You just leave it there.
That's insane. You have to send me a model number for that, because I could do with something like that.
M8UEX, I think it's called. It's big. It's orange and big. And it's solid as a rock.
Let's have a gander. Hang on. M8UEX.
So it's got those letters in it in some.
Oh yeah, it is M8UEX. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, nice one. Cheers, mate.
That's all. They do some really good stuff. I had a look at their stuff at Super Booth. They do this little audio interface. Literally could fit in your pocket. But it's ideal for surround mixing because it's got like 8 outputs, individual outputs. So you just plug in your various speakers. And then, it's some very good, solid German engineering.
Yes, it does seem to be good quality stuff, that.
I'm just going to turn this VM off. So I had enough of that.
As the AN.
It's lovely. I was just, zipping some sounds across to it that I've got lying around that I've bought recently, and it's lovely. It's a lovely, lovely thing. What I was looking for the other day, and I'm surprised nobody's done it. Well, certainly I can't find anything. Given that this is supposed to be based on the Prophet 5 architecture, that's what it uses, its inspiration. I was wondering if somebody had actually managed to program Prophet 5 patches, so you get a Prophet 5 sound back for the AM1X. That would have been quite a nice little thing, but can't seem to find them, so I might have to just do some of those myself. But
make some money selling them, mate.
Yeah, well, just having the time, and I don't think there's a huge AM1X audience out there. So,
big enough, I would think.
Yeah, I suppose could be. If I can be bothered.
So go on then. Are there any other keyboards that you are in the required list? Vintage stuff, not.
Yeah, there's the SY99. I'd really like an SY99. I'd also wouldn't mind an EX5 with everything in it. which I think most of them have everything in it anyway. Those would be nice. I mean, I still, like the ones that are out of my reach and will continue to be so for a while. Things like the Emulator 2. I really want an Emulator 2. And or PPG Wave, but again, size and money.
Yeah. Well, that's always the kicker, isn't it? It's money.
Yeah. I would actually still like to get like a D50 or an M1, even though I've got, the plugins for them. To all intents and purposes, they are damn good. I'd still like a D50, I think. They are a bit classic.
Yeah, I'd like a D50.
Yeah.
And I've got this fucking hankering recently for an Alpha Juno.
Yeah, I saw, yeah.
It's just like, what?
No,
I saw some guy doing repairing one, and he started just knocking out these sounds. We're like, oh, fuck. And it was the first Roland keyboard I ever played. Yeah, for the Juno 2.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of that in there as well,
Yeah.
So it's like,
but I can't remember what. I'd still like a Casio RZ1 because I replaced a Casio RZ1 in a band. They were playing as a 3-piece, bless them. Andy, Paul, and Mike, rest his soul. Andy was on lead guitar and vocals. Paul was on rhythm guitar and vocals, and Mike was on a Casio CZ5000, a Juno 106, and an RZ1 drum machine, and a foot pedal. So he'd start it off with a foot pedal, and they'd play, and then they'd stop. And they got fed up with that. And I'd played with Andy and Paul in another band many years before. And they said, do you want to join our band? We need a drummer. I said, well, what's happened to your old drummer? Not knowing that they were using the drum machine. They said, we're just getting fed up of him. He's fucking useless. I said, who is he? He said, and they showed me this picture. Oh, right, okay, fine. So contrary to the time of... at that time where drum machines were supposed to be taking drummers' jobs, I was doing the opposite. So the drum machine could keep way better time, but it was. Yeah. So when I replaced the drum machine, I said to Mike, whose drum machine it was, I said, "You're not using this?" He said, "Well, no, I'm not really." And I said, "Can I have a borrow?" So he lent it to me for ages, and I had it at home. And do you remember? I don't know if you do. You remember the RZ1?
No.
Have you ever seen it? So it's kind of like, it's actually a really good drum machine. The sounds aren't wonderful. It's 12-bit, I think, but it had every pad had its own fader, so it had its own little mixer built in, and you could build patterns and songs and all this kind of stuff. But it had 4 sample buttons, so you could sample in your own drum sounds, and that's what it was actually supposed to be, was for just sampling in your own drum sounds, because the sampling time was a second or maybe a bit less. I don't know, I can't remember now, but you could sample it. Actually, there must have been about a second, because I remember the first thing I did. Do you remember Rebel MC? And what was Double Trouble in the Rebel MC? Street Tough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I thought, I want to recreate that. So got my deck out, plugged it in, sampled the dun 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 dun. So that's like, yes, that must have been 1 point something seconds. That was probably the limit. And so I sampled that in, and a bunch of the vocal bits off the 12-inch. Because it got an a cappella version on the B side of the 12-inch. Because I was DJing at the time, so I had all this shit in the room. So there's an a cappella version on the back, and I sampled the vocal bits. You can't play bass, and all that kind of stuff. That was good, wasn't it?
Fucking hell, man.
So I put that in, and then I programmed the patterns in manually, but then threw these little samples in, and I thought, this is fucking cool. This is. Because the only other sampler I got at the time was the little VSS 200, which you could program stuff in, but you couldn't MIDI it up or sequence it. So this was brilliant, because now I was sequencing samples in this drum machine. I was doing lots of other bits and bobs, just sampling bits off of records and then just throwing them in. And it was bloody good fun. And then he asked for it back, and I said, "Yeah, but what do you want it for?" And he said, oh, I'm thinking of selling that as part with the keyboard or something. Oh, fuck. Oh, well, I couldn't afford to buy it because I was still paying off my drum kit. Because that was the other thing. When they asked me to join the band, I said, okay, but I don't have a drum kit. And they said, okay. And Andy's like, Andy at the time, he's a lovely guy. I still see him around. He was working at a printer's and he was earning a flipping fortune. I don't know what he was doing. I think they were kind of like early kind of groundbreaking digital printing technology or something like that. And he was raking it in. He said, I'll buy it. And then you could just pay me back out your earnings from the band. I said, no rush. So like if I earn like 50 quid of the night, then I'd give him 20 or 30 quid and keep the others for fag money or beer money. And so yeah, so I bought this drum kit. It was a bit cheap and nasty, but so I couldn't afford to buy this bloody drum machine. And then a little while after, because we were just like basically a traditional pub covers band. That's all we did. So we were doing everything from Eagles, Bread, Eric Clapton, a little bit of Zeppelin, you know, all that stuff. And then you know, we would try and do a little bit of modern stuff. Well, I say modern, you know, Squeeze, because we were all big Squeeze fans, and we did all that kind of stuff. Anyway, we started to sort of say, well, why don't we sneak, you know, let's write some of our own stuff. So we Paul, the singer, wrote 2 or 3 songs. And we met this guy called Dickie Bainbridge, Tricky Dickie, who used to play saxophone for Elton John, and had found himself in Stowmarket selling used cars off a dodgy lot, and that's why everyone called him Tricky Dickie. But he came. He was obviously in the pub one night, and he came up to us during the break, and he said, "Do you want a sax player?" And we were like, "Do we? Yeah," because nobody else had a sax player. And we said, you know, we asked him his credentials, and he said, well, the last time I played with Elton was, what? Elton? What? Elton John? Yeah. And Screaming Lord Sutch he used to play with.
Fucking hell.
Long John Baldry.
No.
Yeah, all of those kind of classic Brit rockers of the 70s. We went round his one night and he whipped out this VHS tape, and there's him on the fucking Morecambe and Wise show playing with whoever it was. I think it might have been Baldry or something. Anyway, so like he joined the band. He brought along a saxophone, a flute, which was pretty damn good when we did Stairway to Heaven. That was really cool. And he had an Ensoniq Mirage as well. And I was just like, oh, sampler. But yeah, Tricky Dickie joined the band, and he was house sharing with a guy who was a DJ on local radio. So he got his own little studio at home. So we'd knocked up some songs, and Dickie said, well, why don't you come in and we'll record them? I'm like, oh, wow, you know, fucking studio and everything. We went in there, and he's got an Atari ST with Cubase, a Tascam, I think it was. Was it Tascam or Tayak? No, it was Fostex. I tell a lie. It wasn't any of them. It was a Fostex multi-track tape recorder, and a bunch of other bits and bobs. And so we all went in. Of course, everyone's got guitars and keyboards. They can just bring one in under the arm. And I said, where am I going to put my drums? And they said, oh, fucking hell. Because I've got like an 8-piece drum kit with all the cymbals and shit. And there was nowhere for me to go. So Dickie said, here you go. And he gives me a Korg DDD5. And he says, program your drum parts on that. And I thought, oh, for fuck's sake. So I spent like nights just like going through the songs in my head and trying to program it as humanly as, you know, human-like as possible. And I didn't do half a bad job. I've still got the tape somewhere. I transferred the songs down. But, of course, you know, the drum sounds weren't ideal, but sounded all right. So, yeah, that demo tape was me on a DDD5.
Get on it.
Yeah.
Still got a copy of it?
I think I have somewhere.
Get that digitized, mate.
No, I have. I'm pretty sure I did have it. Because I think I had it on cassette, and then I managed to get it off cassette onto CD, and then I ripped the CD somewhere. I wonder if it's still in here, because I've got a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, it's proper. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Idle Frets demos. We were called Idle Frets. Get it? Idle Frets. Classy. There was another band actually recently, the last few years, a young band out of Manchester or something, called themselves Idle Frets, and we'd set up a Facebook page because we were going to reform. Because what had happened was we'd had a bit, it was not a falling out, but we just kind of like, I'd got engaged, and then I was all about living with my missus and spending more time with her, and she didn't want me to be out playing with the band, and we all kind of drifted apart. And then we all moved away, and then I moved back into the area and got back in touch with Andy, I then got back in touch with Paul, and then Mike was the one that we couldn't find. Eventually, we found him. He's from the RAF, and we all met up in a pub one night down the road from here, and got on just like it had been, late 80s, early 90s when we were at our pomp. Got on like an absolute house on fire, and we all sat there and said, "Do you know what? Just for a laugh, just for shits and giggles, let's all get back together and do something." And Mike was based at RAF Wattisham, and he said, we've got plenty of spaces on the base. If we want to go and rehearse, we'll go down there. So we said, yeah, let's do it. And you know what it's like? You say, let's do it. And you never get round to it.
No.
You can't find a time when you're all available, blah, blah. And then Mike got killed in a road accident. Somebody ploughed into his car late at night. He was the passenger. His wife, and they hadn't been married that long, was driving. He was killed instantly, and she was messed up for ages, physically and mentally, of course. And we all congregated at the funeral, the remaining band members, and we're just like, why the fuck did we not do that? Because now we can't. Yeah. So we were speaking to Mike's brother, and we all said, why don't we raise a bit of money for his wife, because she's going to need all the help she can get, and we'll have a tribute concert. Concert, I said concert, gig. Yeah. We'll do a tribute gig, and we rocked up around my old place, because I had a conservatory out the back, so I cleared out the conservatory, set up the drum kit. Andy and Paul came along with their guitars, and they managed to find a copy of our old set list, so we're just going through it. I mean, we played those songs so much, just so easy to kind of fall back into it. Hello, mate.
There he is.
Hello.
Yeah, we rehearsed, and I've got video footage somewhere. It was brilliant. It felt just so right, and we said, right, we're going to do this. We're actually going to, and we were going to do it, but we had to leave the organisation up to Mike's family, because we were like, we are here, we're your band. Tell us when to show up, and we'll show up and play. Simple as that. And it all then descended into family shenanigans. It was all like, some people wanted to do it, some people said we shouldn't do it, blah blah blah. And Pete, Mike's brother, said, if I can't get everyone on board, this is just not worth doing. And it's really sad. And we'd set up and we'd been practicing. We got a bass player in and everything, and we were sounding pretty good, for a bunch of old farts knocking out 70s classic pub rock tunes. So yeah.
Shit, innit, when things like that go off.
Innit, yeah. Yeah, you've got to do it. You've got
to strike while the iron's hot, mate.
Exactly.
Or fire, or whatever the fuck the phrase is. Yeah. Do it.
No, I found the demos.
Good, man.
Don't know which ones. I've got different takes and everything. Jesus.
Who won, Kent?
Ireland.
Yay.
Yeah, but beat the Springboks.
Yeah,
13-8.
Oh, that's pretty close.
Oh, it
Hang
would
on.
be.
I'm just going to shut my other Mac down, because I've been fucking... long story short, I've had to produce a couple of or rebuild a couple of videos a friend of mine had. Somebody got hold of them and destroyed them for her. But she's found some copies and she wanted DVDs making, so I've just been fucking doing that all day. And it's just been, in between that and the business with my mum, it's just been like, oh, fuck, mate, what a nightmare.
Yeah, she's right.
Yeah, she's rapidly coming to terms with her age. It was, I mean, some of it was funny, some of it was really, really fucking distressing. You know, when she'd been on the floor for 7 hours and no fucking ambulance had turned up.
It's not good, is it?
So she said, fuck it, get Luke in. So Luke flies down from work. I mean, like how he did it in the speed he did, at the time he did, I don't know. And he turns up, and you know what he's like that.
Big lad.
And he walks in, right then, Dignity's out the fucking window. I'm coming to get you, right? So he bends down, he stands back up, and she came with him. Right, you're coming up. Doctor came out, checked her out. 7 hours she was down there. Still no ambulance after 10 hours.
Jesus.
And I rang him and said, you know, fucking doctors checked her out, she's all right. Well, we're gonna get somebody to ring you so that we can check she's all right, and then we'll stand the ambulance down. And this was Tuesday evening. I've still not had the phone call. So yeah, so long and the short of it is, we got to make changes. You know, she's 75, she's blind, she's chronically arthritic, still living on her own.
You got the panic button.
And she
Has now. Yeah, she has now. But the thing is, the system that they use where she lives, because she lives in sheltered housing, it can take them up to 20 minutes to answer the call.
Yeah, but 20 minutes is better than 7 hours, though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but I'm going over there tomorrow. We're setting up an Alexa system so that if she's laying on the floor, she can shout, get help,
Yeah.
and it'll make the call. So,
Yeah,
go on.
Like I said, we've got one of those with mother-in-law. She's 89 now, and not very sprightly at all. But she's got one of those buttons, and I mean, she pays for it all. But it's really good because, you know, if she presses it, they're in touch straight away with, you know, me, Jackie, or whoever else is on the list. I can't remember now. And they'll stay there and they'll, you know, reassure her. They'll call the emergency services. There's a key in a box on the outside of the house, in a code box. They have. We're
fitting one of those tomorrow.
Yeah, you've got to. It's, you know, we've
chuck everything at him.
Yeah, you know, we've got the key box, we've got the alarm system, we've got the stair lift now, we've got the motorised chairs. We've got the shower attachments and seats. I mean, it's just gets to the point where, like, you can't move for fucking things to help her live her life. But, you know, she's adamant that she's not going in a home or anything. So.
Well, this is what my mum said. She said, you know, you fucking put me in a home, I'm swallowing a handful of pills, bugger it, I'm out the door. Said, well, no, that's what she's like. You know, it's just like, fuck it, I don't want to live like that.
No, I probably wouldn't either.
So yeah. Yeah, but, you know, apart from that, it's all good. It's all good. Like I say, you know, she's better than she was. So yeah, we're taking along.
Giddy.
Yeah. How you doing, Mr. S?
Your parcels will be picked up Monday.
Oh, bless you, darling. Thank you.
And they will be winging their way to you.
Thank you so much. Beautiful man, you.
Because they're going to your missus' house, yeah?
Easy.
Yes. Yeah, safer place to go. We'll want to come in here. Yeah. No, I don't. I've had shit go missing, so it's just like, nope.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting something fitted here for deliveries. I mean, I'm here most of the time, but, you know, on the occasion when I'm not, I hate having things just left on the doorstep. When I was living in a village, it's not so bad because it's, you know, pretty quiet. But living in town now, it's a completely different kettle of fish.
You need agoraphobia.
Dr. Kent has made his recommendation.
Well, the thing is, between me and the missus and the kids, there's generally somebody always here.
Yeah.
But my daughter, she can sometimes be sat in her bedroom with her headphones on. She won't hear she wouldn't hear World War III going off. even though
need a
we've got the
husky.
dog. Well, we need dogs.
Kent's got every base covered, hasn't he?
Yeah. Even though I set up, because she hates anything to do with Alexa.
Yeah.
She detests the fact that we all go around saying, I won't say the word because I'll trigger it off here, but to turn the lights on or to do this or that. Because when I got the Ring camera or the Blink camera system, put the doorbell on it, so when you ring the doorbell, Alexa now tells you there's somebody at the door. But even with that, because she won't have anything with Alexa in her room, so if her door's shut, she won't hear it anywhere else. So yeah. But it's funny though, because I thought for ages, if in my last house, my office was upstairs at the back, and the door was downstairs at the front, and so sometimes you'd think you'd hear a knock at the door, you weren't quite sure. So by the time you got down there, they'd fucked off again and put a card through or something. So I always thought I should get a doorbell cam, and then as soon as it rings, I'll know it rings. I can look on the thing. I can say, yeah, I'm now coming, or leave it by the door or whatever. Now I've got one of those things. It's just like I'm still like not quite sure what to say to someone. I don't know what the etiquette is these days. I think I've actually only done it once, where the postman. I was upstairs and the postman just not something he couldn't get through the letterbox. So I said, "Could you leave it by the door, please?" And I'm thinking, I bet he's wondering, is he sat having a shit? Is he banging his wife?
No, having a Sherman.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that too. Do you know? I remember I used to have this horrible job, working for British Telecom, selling advertising in the classifieds in the phone book. So after they sold Yellow Pages, they started doing it in the phone book, and I was selling advertising. So a lot of the time, businesses are businesses, but some of them are small independent things, like might be mobile hairdresser or something like that. And I had this client in Whittam in Essex, and I made an appointment to see her at like 2:00 in the afternoon, and you're under pressure to sell, you hit targets and all this kind of thing. So when you knock on the door and there's no answer, you keep knocking, just in case they didn't hear you. You keep knocking. And so I knocked on this door and there was no answer, and I'm like, yeah, definitely made the appointment. Ring the phone. I could hear the phone ringing. Nothing. Knock again. Ring the phone again. Knock a third time, and eventually this bloke comes. I'm like, hang on, it's supposed to be a lady I'm seeing, and he's just got his boxers on. And I said, "Oh, I'm here to see so and so." "Oh, she's not here at the minute." And then I hear this voice from the back saying, "Who is it?" Oh, right, that's why you didn't want to answer the door, because you were up to your nuts.
He just climbed off to come and answer the door.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he probably thought it was the cops, but it wasn't. It was a BT salesman. Yeah, never mind.
It happens.
Oh, it does. And that was another job where there were people. I didn't do that. I swear to God. That was a job where some people would go out on a Monday morning, and they would never go home until Friday, because they'd always got somewhere to stay, if you know what I mean. Because you knock on people's doors in the middle of the day. What do you generally get when you knock on people's doors in the middle of the day? You either get agoraphobics, people that work at home, or lonely housewives.
Or huskies.
Or huskies. Seriously, I used to have a supervisor at the accident group. That was another job I had for about 9 months until I couldn't stick it anymore. Who would pack a bag of clothes and his wash stuff, and you throw him in the boot on the Monday morning. He wouldn't come home until Friday, because he's got a woman in every postcode. It was just ridiculous. But there you go.
Yeah, confessions of a BT salesman. Fucking Robin Asquith.
God, blimey, look at the fraps on that.
You really need to brush up on your Cockney accent, mate. You really do. What was it I said to you? You sound like 102-year-old Dick Van Dyke.
God, blimey, governor.
You got to do that.
Strike a light.
What's all this in, eh?
Oh, Mary Poppins!
Anybody coming on the stream now is going to be going, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, what happened? What did I miss?
All sitting there having a fit.
Quite nice, isn't it?
That is nice. Right, that's something that doesn't work on M chips then. Okay, cool.
There you go. Do you want to hear one of these tracks that we did? This
Go
was
on.
done
Come on then.
late 80s, I think, in a bedroom somewhere. I think
They all were.
Yeah.
We're all guilty of that one.
Can you hear that?
Yep.
All the drums and percussion programmed DDD5.
Never give.
That's not me, by the way.
No shit.
Yeah, I know it's in tune.
And it's
Oh
not
yeah, that is a very
Cockney.
80s vocal, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it just?
Love me fade away from kiss to kiss. For everything that's lovely is lovely. Brick, dreaming kind of delight. Never give your heart outright.
It's really badly mixed.
Dreaming kind of delight. Never give your heart outright.
There you go. I won't let you suffer any more of that, but yeah.
Did he do microphone cuddling when he was singing?
I think we stuck him. Where did we stick?
Because it was all the rage in the 80s, wasn't it? To go.
No,
this
he was.
business
He'd
around-
always got. He had a Paisley Telecaster. The pink
Shot his
Paisley
load.
Telecaster. Oh, it was lovely. But he always had that round his neck. He wasn't a pruner. But he always got fucking laid. Always.
Singers do.
I know. It's
Bass
ter-
players hold his pants. It's the way of the world.
Oop, shit. I know. Yeah, it's.
Drummers keep time. In, out, in, out.
With the lookouts a lot of the time. He'd often say, Rob, just nip into my motor. Just keep an eye out, would you? And you'd like, all right, you're just sort of looking around, and you turn around and look at he's got a Triumph Spitfire, and all you could see through the misted windows was his little arse going. Oh, those were the days. Right, I'm going to shoot off now that Kent's here, but I will be back
Oh, okay.
in a bit. But now that the landlord's here,
He is.
I've got to spend some me time.
Oh,
A bit like you, mate. But yeah.
Yeah. I hear you.
Benefits of living alone.
Yeah, God, those were the days.
Were they?
Anyway, yeah, God, love that. Right, see you in a bit.
Take it easy, buddy.
Bye.
See you wrong.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, all right, half god. Bass players were. Bass players used to get it as well. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And the keyboardists would just fuck about so much trying to get it just right that she'd fall asleep or leave. Trying to find the right fucking input.
Oh, fuck.
What's that buzzing?
Yeah. She's entertaining herself now. Yeah.
I think she's got a ground loop, mate. Where's the sound guy? Oi, the sound guy.
Sound guy calls, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh dear me. So how are you, my sweetness?
All right, not too bad,
Apart
mate.
from the trials and tribulations of life.
Well, it's life, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, I'm good. Taking along.
Oh good. Is she still very compos mentis, really?
Oh, and all the way there and back again. Yeah.
Do you know
it's
what?
just-
Thank fuck for that.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, there's the occasional lapse of memory, but fuck me, you get to 75, you expect it.
I get it now.
So do I. I can't remember what I was doing yesterday, let alone fucking week ago, you know.
I hanker back to the days when I used to go, why did I come in here? Now it's like, what room is this?
Excuse me. Yeah, no, I mean, she's had arthritis all her life, bless her. She's real bad, but oh fucking hell, what was it? She had a stroke 6 months after I had mine,
Yeah.
and then her eyesight started failing. And said, "Oh, it's a stroke. It's a stroke." And then was it fucking 6-7 years after that they realised it wasn't the stroke, it was something else, and they could have fixed it
Oh,
and didn't.
Christ.
Yeah. So she's progressively lost her sight over the years. But you know, she they made them different back then. They fucking, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not going in no home. Fuck off. I'll live on my own. I'm all right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, but that fierce independence is what keeps them going.
Oh, without doubt.
You know, even though from the outside it looks like it's very sort of like detrimental to them, but in their heads they're fighting. They're upright.
Well, this is the thing. See, she's always. A lot of people have said, "Oh, you know, she could do with going into her home, or she needs this, or she needs that, needs the other." And I'm like, yeah, but you don't know my mum like I do, and you have to follow her lead.
Yeah.
You know, because if you don't, fucking hell, it's just like woe betide. But no, like I say, she's golden. I've spoken to her twice today. I'm over there tomorrow, and she's you know doing all right. She's good. So
Good stuff.
yeah, she's all right. She's all right.
Yeah. Yes, I must admit. Yeah, there's no good way of getting old, but some ways are worse than others, I suppose. So you count your blessings along the way, don't you?
Well, you said something the other night that sort of made me sit up and think. You said, you know, when you're 25, being 65 is a fucking lifetime off. But when you,
Oh yeah, that's like, you know, even a 30-year-old, it's sort of like, you know, when you're 12, a 30-year-old is like old man. You know, how can he play football? He's an old man.
yeah,
Then you're 30, and then 65 is old, and then you get to 60, and you go, actually, no, it isn't, is it?
we don't
Well,
go.
it isn't for me because I still go around acting and behaving like I'm 12 still,
Well, yeah,
to be honest with you.
I'm still 18 in my head.
Yeah.
I'm still 18 in my head. I haven't grown up mentally at all.
God, I wish I was still 18. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah. That was good fun back then. It's not now.
I never thought I'd have to pray to the hard-on God. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I don't have to do that. I'll just take the fucking tablet and I'm all.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
no. See, that was a fucking byproduct of the stroke, apparently.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, right, okay. Well, you know, that's difficult. Fucking admitting that to a doctor. Oh well, no, we got tablets for that as well. Fucking get on it.
No, they hear it 1,000 times a day, mate. You know.
I know.
I mean, when I had my doctor come round to see me, was it last year? And we were talking about when, you know, he went to medical school and all the business and everything like that. And he was saying about doing this, that, and the other. And he said he got to this point where he had to decide what he was going to specialise in. And he said, general practitioner all day long. He said, that's for me. I said, yeah, but what sort of people, when you were at uni, what sort of people were choosing to be proctologists? Yeah. What is it in their genetic makeup that goes, I know what I want to do. I want to stare at arseholes for the rest of my life. Do you know what I mean?
It does beg a question, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there are many parts of the body you can specialise in. But it's like, the arse, I think, for me. The arse all the way, you know. I said, what sort of people do it? He says, well, it's no particular type. He says, but some people just go for it.
Somebody in the chat looking up old friends?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I must admit, it's probably I imagine it's I don't know, is it an interesting job? Maybe after you get after the third or 4,000th arsehole, They all start to look the same, I suppose, don't
I
they?
would imagine so. Yeah, it's yeah.
The only time when you get an upgrade, we go, oh, we've got you a 4K camera now. Oh no, I wouldn't worry about that. I'm fine with this 640, honestly.
Yeah, I'll work just fine with that one.
Yeah.
Oh fucking hell.
It's just an interest. You know, it struck me when I was talking to him. I was just, I said, yeah, what? It's just a weird. I mean, to the layman, it's a weird career choice. If you know what I mean.
Unless they've got a natural propensity for working things out in that particular area.
Could be.
I don't know.
Could be.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Paul Holmes, stop now.
That's not what the patient says.
Yeah. When you get to your old one.
Can you stop? It's choking me. Stop already. No, anyway, yeah, no, it just struck me. I thought it was interesting. Just wondered what people are, what makes somebody choose that. But you know, what makes people choose anything really? I mean,
obviously those who've lost their sense of smell at an early age, I would think.
oh dear me.
Bottom of the class.
Oh dear.
Fucking hell. I bet Rob's glad he fucked off when he comes back and sees this.
Hey, imagine sort of like, so what do you do for a living? Oh, I deal with arseholes all day, mate.
Yeah, know that feeling.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
But it's like me, I mean, it's like me doing vintage synth. How the hell did I get into that?
You just, didn't you have repair one of your own and then got asked by mates or something? When it didn't come about like that?
But then, I don't know at what point I go, oh, do you know what? I think I should do this for a living. And considering that when I kind of actually started, half of the machines I was working on I'd never seen before. I didn't even really know much about electronics, to be honest.
I know fuck all about electronics, but I'll still pull one apart and have a go.
Yeah. And it's sort of like, I go, I'll do the learn by doing, you know, sort of thing. It's like...
Yeah. I was going to ask her, how did you get on with Alf's JP8? Because I was like, bitch.
Oh, she didn't turn up. She
never turned up?
No, she had to cancel. She said she'd come next week now.
She's probably heard that Fiona didn't like getting woken up at that time of the day. Sneaking about on the stream going, fuck that, I'm not going down there.
Yeah, no, so it's, no, she's had this thing donkey's years. Oh, okay.
She's just qualified in, is it fine art, screen printing or fucking fine arts or something, isn't she?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She's got a fucking, qualified from uni. Yeah, because I follow her on Twitter and or X or whatever the fuck it's called. And I was just like, oh, wow. She's really good at it as well.
Yeah. No, it's just one of those things, isn't it? It's sort of like, you know, sometimes you think that, you know, that the singer in the band doesn't do anything else.
Yeah, but what voice? Oh, fuck, mate.
Oh, yeah. But there was definitely a similarity between her and then...
Andy Bell.
Andy Bell, when he took over. And it's sort of like, almost like, did Vince, like, interview hundreds and hundreds of people until he got the... No, that's, yeah. Sounds like Alison. I'll have that.
Maybe he just finds that what he writes works well with a voice like that.
Yeah.
Well, it must do. I mean, how long has he been with the Erasure now? 30 odd years, isn't it?
Yeah.
Got to be.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so they did really well, didn't they?
Well, still doing well.
Yeah.
Still doing well.
Yeah, because it must be quite hard to stay at the top, if you know what I mean.
Well, you know.
It may not be. It depends on what people call the top, of course. You know, it could be the latest piece of plastic that walked in the fucking door. You know, that, you know, sort of like was on Big Brother or something like that, and they go, "Oh yeah, come on, we'll make a record with them," because you know.
38 years they've been together.
Yeah, there you go.
Fucking hell.
There you go. No, it's interesting. I must admit. But, so we'll see what's wrong with her JP. It's probably something relatively. Oh, okay. Something relatively straightforward, I would imagine.
Well looked after, is it?
Yeah, you know, JPs can be very robust, very robust. You know, you don't do anything madly stupid with them. They're normally all right, you know. But then I suppose a lot of the JPs are. The JP4 is built like a fucking tank.
Yeah, but then again, it was. It strikes me that those things were built with a different mentality back then. You know what I mean? Instead of all this plastic shit. You know, even the DX11 is fucking weighs a ton in comparison to these two. You know, they just built them properly back then, didn't they? Well, they must have done fucking last 40 odd years. So what's your take on what's going to happen to Moog then?
Well, I thought this was what was going to happen.
Yeah?
Oh, God, yeah. In music, mate, this is a business format of this.
End of the line, isn't it, really?
It's not the end of the Moog name, but I'm kind of feeling it for Michelle, to be honest.
That was my immediate fault. You know, it was everything her dad had fucking built up and worked for. It's just been basically flushed down the cars, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have you spoke to her about it?
No.
And she won't speak. I don't think she'd speak about it publicly anyway, would she?
Not straight away, I wouldn't have thought. Ah, our man Andy. Here we go. See if I can get this to work. Yay, there we go.
There he is.
Hey, I just woke up. How you doing?
You're right.
A nice little nap.
Lazy bastard.
Oh, man.
It's 10:30 at night, mate.
Get up at 5 in the morning after like a 3-hour sleep is not the easiest thing to do. So.
Yeah, but no, that can't be the time because the Earth is flat, remember?
That's true, you're right.
Yeah.
I wonder who's going to be the locutus of In Music.
Yeah.
They're Borg and everybody.
It's going to end up. Go on.
Well, it'd be interesting to see what their first product is. Whether they continue with the Moog thing, or whether they just use the name.
What do you reckon they will?
I'd
say they'll go off the name.
I think they're going to just use the name because if they were going to keep it in keeping, they probably would have kept the factory and the workforce and found a way to make it work better.
Yeah.
So.
Well, if you want to go by my company that I left, is they kept my company's name because it's a major brand name. It's been around for over 50 years. But they're still going to go international because that they can't afford to stay in the U.S. apparently. So they lost so much money in the long run that they should have either gone belly up years ago apparently with so much bad finance stuff going on, so much Enron type stuff, cooking the books, or just sales down and a bunch of other stuff, you know.
Yeah, but it's always the same. Moog do a poly, and eventually.
Yeah.
It seems to be an ongoing thing with them.
It comes to something when Behringer might be releasing better fucking products than Moog, isn't it?
Yeah, that's definitely the end of an era then. So. See,
I just hope they don't discontinue their fancy theremin yet, because I did want to get one of those before they disappear. The Clarivox, that thing's amazing.
And see what Chris had saying there about in music is completely true and valid. And it's it's that thing where business and romance do not mix.
No.
And do you know what? I think some of the problem was that for a long time, Moog had this sort of bespoke cottage industry feel to it. And then when this new Moog Inc. started up, it kind of started losing that as it went along. And then I mean, it was trying to promote itself as a much more international business, and I think people felt it was like that as well. So, and that's
Well,
when
again, they kind of
sometimes-
ran themselves like my former company, where they try to be mom and pop
Yeah,
and expand at the same time. It's like you can't do that.
yeah. Yes, well, yeah. I mean, but it can happen to the best of them. So
Yeah,
it may still. It's early days, isn't it?
they're focused on the glory days, all the romanticism, like he was saying. So it's like get just move on, become a newer company. It's fine.
Yeah. It's just that we have to wait and see what they do with it. So,
You still got your Michelle?
good God, yeah.
She's still in the cupboard.
No, she's down there.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, she's there. I got me my Polymoog signed by Bob. Don't know why. He had nothing to do with it, but he signed it. That's up in the attic. What else have I got? I don't know what happened to my Prodigy. I had a lovely little Prodigy. It's gone. Lovely little blondie it was. And I might have lent it to somebody and then completely forgot.
Yeah, but has Michelle signed Michelle?
No.
That's
Not
what you
yet,
need to get done, mate.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we were going. I think she was going to do it when she was here, and she was going to sign it for me. But there was a lot going on. I think Mum was wandering around in the garden naked.
Oh, yeah, because it was the back end of all of that when that happened, when
Yeah.
Michelle was there, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and had to go and rescue her, which is always interesting. You know, it's always an interesting thing to have when you've got guests.
Yeah.
So, God, she used to love getting naked and wandering around, that woman.
Well, it's a return to childhood in a way, right? You know.
Yeah,
Kids
exactly.
love doing that. So.
Yeah, it was exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, coffee granules all over the front room. Oh, mate. We had to lock all the cupboards. Well, we didn't lock them. We had this. It was very clever, actually. What it was double-sided, and you put it on the inside of the cupboard doors, and it was just a metal arm, and then you had a magnet, and you just had this magnet in your pocket. And when you wanted to open the door, just put it on the wooden door, moved up, and the door opened. And then close it and pull the magnet away and it closed again. So there was nothing on the outside to get these doors open. There was nothing to grip it. We had to take the hands off because you just rip it, So there was nothing to grab hold of because otherwise she'd be at the bleach and Christ knows what else,
Fucking hell.
So, and I got to sleep sometime. Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know how you got through that. I really don't.
I look back and I wondered how the hell I got through it as well. Because I also had to protect the dogs from her as well.
Yeah.
Especially later on because she became very, very violent. And
Again, like kids, right? Kids will do horrible things to animals sometimes just playing, right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
you can't do
'cause they're not
that.
really, they're not processing what
Yeah.
they're doing.
Yeah.
So eventually, I mean, it was down to blunt spoons. She could only have blunt spoons when she was eating and stuff like that. It's like Jesus. So we'll come into. So
Wow.
Who knows, man? Who knows?
so. Yeah, no, it wasn't great, I must admit. But hey, thank God for my 10 minutes help a day.
Yeah. It
That
makes a
cost
difference.
it cost £235 a month.
Fucking hell.
But not weekends, it was only weekdays. That was to administer tablets and stuff that apparently I wasn't qualified to do.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm just going to go and grab a drink. Be back in a sec.
good man. It went that way.
So what's your fix-it story of the week or the last few days or whatever?
Everything's been pretty mundane, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, everything's been pretty straightforward.
You're not
4.
cursing and throwing things
No,
around and stuff?
no. It's been all pretty straightforward. Did the service on the System 100. That was very straightforward. Jupiter 4 with its old keyboard controller module has gone out the window. So it was just a question of getting a new CPU with a master ROM on it for that. So it's just 2 minutes on eBay and then I'll sit that in the socket when it turns up, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Don't need anything else at all. It's absolutely fine.
When's
So,
your
yeah.
finger drummer coming?
Well, I think it's 4 to 5 weeks now.
Oh wow. Jeez.
Oh yeah. When I was buying it, it was a week.
Yeah.
And then they confirmed the order, and then suddenly it went to 4 to 5 weeks. Shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
But I was reading an article, actually, because they're talking about chip shortages and stuff like that. Apparently, China and Korea and that are asking America to pull their finger out and get something to do with importing sorted out so they can send chips to you. Which is weird considering that I always thought the US was a fairly large chip manufacturer themselves.
I wouldn't be surprised because we, like everything else, it's all about profit over everything else. And so even though you might get better quality control here, and it's, not to worry about shipping and imports and all that kind of stuff, they just want to maximize profit and just go, we'll put it over there, let those guys sweat it out, and we'll pay them crap, and we'll get our chips. And then, then we start having these potential conflicts with Taiwan and military action potentially and all that kind of stuff. We may actually end up losing good relations with them eventually, right?
Yeah.
I've already moved all our shit over there, so it's kind of stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, like Inky was saying, I was wondering about the Moog one.
Oh, Mark.
Oh, mate.
Oh, mate.
Mark.
How you doing?
All good.
Well,
All good.
Thought that
Okay.
eventually need updates, and it's not going to get them, so that's going to fall to the fanboys.
Hey, Jeffy.
All right,
Yeah.
Bob,
Hey, Jeff.
Hey guys.
have you seen any moose lately?
No, but I missed a concert.
Oh,
I don't know if you remember, but I was, I said before that I had tickets to go see
yeah.
Duran, and then now that was this past Wednesday, and then after work Wednesday I started playing keyboards as usual, and then at 9:30 I realized, fuck, concert is tonight.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Oops.
completely missed it. Anyway,
Well,
that's
to be
why
fair, I
the
was
stu-
late for the one I went to, so I didn't get to see the 100% of it. So
Yeah. Well, I would have caught Duran if I went, which, yeah, I mean, but I wanted to see Chic. I like Duran, but live they suck. So,
Yeah,
in my
but
I'm
opinion,
surprised they're pretty good.
But old Richard Hilton would be there, wouldn't he? Because he's supporting Duran Duran.
no, I know. Yeah, that's it. That's why.
I played
But,
didn't they play their last one last night with him?
Wednesday they were here in Montreal.
Yeah, no, they played because they've been on tour with them. I think they've played
Yeah.
their last
Yeah,
gig
I
with
think-
them last night.
Yeah, and then he's back home, and then it's a week off or so, and then it's, what was it, New Zealand, Australia, and all down there.
What,
Then Dubai.
what a life. What a life. It must
Yeah.
be amazing. It must be absolutely amazing to be
Yeah.
rich out and be touring the world with Nile Rodgers. I mean, how cool is that? I mean, seriously. I mean, that just is like unreal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Unreal.
absolutely.
yeah. And Andy, I was saying that Duran sucks. Like it's Simon Le Bon. He's not a very good singer.
No, he's never
like-
been a good singer, but
Yeah.
it fits the music. So
Yeah, but it's
Style.
so off key. It's just fucking annoying to
I
me.
think
yeah.
I think I think a lot of the music, especially the synth-driven music at that time, was quite similar. It was never what you would call amazing vocalists in a lot of these sort of
Yeah.
80s synth pop bands, whereas the rock singers in the 80s were just like phenomenal. But the sort of synth pop ones, but it sort of suits the music. I do agree with Andy, it does sort of suit it.
Yeah, it sits well with
Yeah,
it.
it fits. But there are a few covers that they do later in their career that they shouldn't do when you can't sing them. So it does mess them up. So
Yeah.
Yeah, no, if you can't sing, don't do covers because then it shows up.
yeah, exactly.
Because people know how it's supposed to sound.
I usually say if you can't sing, don't do duets. Because because if you get one person off key, you can kind of get away with it. But see if two people are off key and differently off key, it just totally blows it. So don't sing duets if you can't.
But
sing.
Jeff, the good news is for the stuff that I missed from Chico because I was late. There's enough people putting videos online.
Yeah.
You get pretty damn good videos of the performance for what you missed. So
Yeah.
as a consolation, right? So
That's a consolation prize. Yeah.
yeah.
You're right.
So I take it I'm going to see all you guys at Synthfest in a few weeks' time.
I'm not going this year.
Me neither.
No, I went last year. I'm not going this year.
Was it not that great last year?
No, I drove from South Devon to Sheffield and back in 19.
That's an awful drive. That's an even bigger drive from here in Scotland to go.
Yeah,
How long did that take you? 8 hours or something?
No, it was about 5.5 each way. But we went via Birmingham both times in rush hour because we were picking Paulie Alex Bow up.
Right.
So big city rush hour in the middle of a fucking drive like that. So it was a long day. I did it there and back same day.
Right.
So it was just like, no, I can't do that unless I can get up, stay there, and make it like a two-day thing. I'm not doing it. So
I'm heading down on the Friday night, but I'm working till like 10 to 3, and then I'm going straight down for work, and we're staying in a hotel in Sheffield, and then we'll probably go out for a drink or something when we get there, because I reckon probably get there about 8:30 or something like that. Out for a drink or what have you, and then go to. I didn't make it to last year, so.
It was a good one last year, wasn't it? It was nice. The nicest thing about it last year was catching up with everybody that I've got to know on here.
Well, that is part of it. I mean, when Cheryl and I went to Superbooth, it was just like amazing, like meeting everybody that you've been chatting to all this time in person, meeting Robbie and Ben and Jim and Jamie I'd met in person before, but like it was brilliant, and the synths, it was great. It was great to get a shot on some synths. So there was some synths I played that I know in my lifetime, bar a lottery one, I'll never afford to be able to buy. So to be able to play a CS80, for example, and a Jupiter 4 and all these kind of things, and the what do you call that big huge synth, this analog synth, a Smith. I played a Smith, and I'm not. Do you know what I mean? I just know that in my lifetime, I know barring a lottery win, I'll never be able to afford to buy a synth like that. So that was part of the experience. Now that was great. So it done.
No, I'll think about it. I might go next year. We'll see how we get on.
Yeah. No, I didn't know you were on tonight, Ken. I was going to join. I ended up spending an hour doing a Facebook Live with the Behringer Pro 800. I didn't realise you were on. I sent you a wee message to say, is the pub open? because it's a very rare Saturday night that I'm not doing a gig.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest weekend out because I wasn't working last night. I'm not working tonight, but I'm working tomorrow night and Monday night. It's the weirdest gigging weekend ever. phone me. So I was on. I had this Pro 800 set up. I was playing some shit to people and answering some questions about it and stuff. So
Yeah.
it's actually. Sorry.
No, the same.
Right, it's see for the money it costs. It's very. It's to me it sounds really good.
Yeah. Yeah. I believe it.
Especially if you slap some effects on it. If you leave it just dry it. But if you put some nice effects on it really does.
Yeah. No, yeah, I can believe that. Yeah.
It does kind of sound okay. So it does.
This bloody thing's messing around. Are you going to work or what? You're supposed to... Wrong monitor, fool. Over here. That's better. Oh, mate.
Well,
So I started doing... when was it? Friday night I started officially designing Anaglyph again.
oh, good.
Yeah, I've been designing boards, and oh my god, there was a little trick that was on the SH3 where you use the waveform of the LFO to play the keyboard.
Yeah.
You remember this?
I've seen that in other synths where, like, for example, see the Moog grandmother that's sitting there. You can track the LFO to the keyboard on that. If you can actually theoretically have four oscillators because you've got the main two oscillators. You can play the filter as a sine wave, and you can play the LFO, and you can have four oscillators if you want.
Yeah.
The only thing is, if you do that, then you've got virtually no synth left to do anything else with it apart from play those four oscillators. But no, I've heard of that, been able to track.
Yeah, because it's quite clever because you could do all these sort of like interesting sort of arpeggiations up and down the keyboard using the LFO's waveform.
Yeah.
Which following up and down the keyboard for the on the sine wave and stuff like that. And it was just I'm just messing around with that today and going, yep, that's going in.
How do you quantize it to not be so loopy?
Right.
You quantize. I mean, from what I gather, is it's done via what would normally be the what do you call it? The key assigner trigger.
Right.
So the speed of the LFO will control it. So imagine like an ADSR repeat.
Yeah.
But instead of it just playing the note that you play, it plays the pitch depending on the shape of the LFO waveform behind it.
Because on the module, I've tried to use it as a sequencer many times. LFO is
Yeah.
like the Batumi or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's clever, but it's kind of hard to wrangle it in. It's kind of
Yeah, I know what you mean. I was thinking of having some sort of quantized multiplier.
I think you really want the LFO clockable if possible, and I know
God, yeah.
on but like sync to clock so that the lights like that. I always remember I had the sledge, and I quite liked the sledge, but the one thing that peed me off about it constantly was the fact that you couldn't sync the LFOs or anything.
Yeah.
To a BPM, and I'm like,
you had to be good at tap tempo.
This is you.
Yeah.
I tap tempo or whatever. Yeah. I'm like, this is useless in this day and age.
Yeah.
I mean, that it's all right in the days when nothing was really synced. But
Yeah. Well, I mean, the LFO on the anaglyphs are already synced anyway. But because I love that. I mean, I've modded actually this 80 as well. I think I've modded this one, and its LFO will sync to MIDI.
no, that's great.
Yeah.
No,
So if
absolutely.
I'm doing Chariots of Fire, I can actually sync it.
Oh no, that's
Do you
great.
know what I mean? So right. Whereas poor old Vangelis, what he had to do was run the LFO and then try and get everything to sync to that in some roundabout way. So
To be fair, I do get that as well, because I've done that with the Behringer D when I got it, because obviously the LFOs weren't syncable, and then basically I set up what was roughly in sync and then synced everything to the LFO. I get that, but you'd rather not do that. So I can't wait to hear your anaglyph. Honestly, I think it's going to be amazing.
well, so far the LFO, not the LFO, sorry, an anaglyph, a single anaglyph VCO has, I think it's 3 engines at the moment, maybe 4 by the time it's finished. But at the moment, it's got wavetable, discrete, chip-based, and I am thinking about adding some sort of, pure digital oscillator to it as well.
Nice.
So all the waveforms, and then you can have different engines per VCO on it. So
Would you add granular to it, or is that too far off the mark?
it might be too far off the mark for me.
Yeah.
But I had this idea of being able to, if I designed all the boards in it in such a way where you can piggyback boards onto the back of a board. So if you know what I mean. So if you were to do, it's like a hardware firmware update. You put another board on the back, and it communicates with that board separately, and giving you another, output.
In the future.
Where'd he go?
Yeah, to be fair, like the Yamaha mixing desk done that. So you could buy a Yamaha digital mixer, and you could buy a card that sticks into the back of it that gives you an extra 8 inputs and what have you. So it's a similar idea to that. So
Yeah.
no, it'd be good. Well, I just think, Ken, I think what you're doing with that anaglyph, it's like amazing. And
I tell you what's been the hardest thing. One of the hardest things I've had to face in the last couple of days I've been working on this is, I spoke to Tom Carpenter, and he told me about what the Maximus can do. And as I'm designing, I'm going, I really mustn't nick that idea. I mustn't nick that idea. I really mustn't nick that idea. Think of something else, Ken, not that idea. They go, no.
It's all on the shoulders of giants, right? So it's...
Yeah, but there are some things that would be like blatantly like, who else on the planet would think of having a 64-step sequencer per voice, separate sequencer per voice on that bloody thing? And I'm going, yeah, that'd be brilliant on the anaglyph, but I can't do it because it's so unique to Maximus. Do you know what I mean? And I'm going, no, you just can't do it. You'll have to come up with something else. So I think I've come up with something else, but I don't know yet.
So the Hydra synth, you can do the step LFO to separate oscillators, and you can do that on the Hydra. It's not quite the same as a sequencer, I give you that, but that's sort of similar.
But if you do a sequencer, may I ask for ratchet, please?
Oh Christ, yes.
Okay, well,
Oh my God,
don't kill me.
it's at the top of the list, mate.
At the top of the list. Okay.
Yeah, Christ.
Yeah,
Along
ratchet and
with
probability are two big
Poly-Aftertouch.
things.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Poly-Aftertouch and okay, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Do-
So,
do-
but the thing was to have several types of sequencer, because what I always had was, see, what I wanted to do is design a machine that you could sit down. Imagine doing something like what Jim does, like Jim Glue, when he does a hardware jam, right? And he sits down, he's got a few things running, bits and pieces, and he's playing these, and he's doing stuff, yeah? And this is what I want Anaglyph to be. So you can sit in front of it, you can program different things all over the place, but it's essentially you can just play the thing live and have multiple things going on all over.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, well, the trick is that you can't have sort of what I call contaminating systems, which is basically when you have on a normal straightforward analog synth, for instance, say the CS30. If the sequencer's running, you can't play the synth. The sequencer has complete control of that synthesizer. So the idea is to have multiple CS30s then. So that's the idea.
So CS30 wasn't bitimbral?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. CS30 is a monosynth.
No, I thought it was monophonic, but possibly bitimbral or something.
No. Once that sequencer is running, that's your lot, mate. You have all you can do is change do the key change for the sequencer.
Right.
Yeah, or
Right,
you know,
so
just before you run.
Trigger note in the sequencer.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
most of them back then were like that. I mean, it wasn't anything unusual. So,
But to be most of them, they now are like that as well. Stuff like
Yeah.
the Minilog XD and stuff like that. Sorry, I knocked the keyboard there.
but the other thing was though, because I mean, Fiona turned around to me and she goes, "Well, look, that's all well and good, but you end up with this machine that is the size of Wisconsin and costs about as much as Mars, and it's not going to do anybody any good." And I go, "Well, it'll certainly satisfy the ties of the world." She goes, "Well, why don't you make it more like the 700 was, where you could buy, make cabs that do specific jobs, but they all can interconnect with each other, and have like a central computer brain or something like that." I go, "Yeah, could do that, I suppose." So it's at the moment, it's very malleable. So I mean, like I was just saying, how far have I got with the Anaglyph's design? The filters are sorted. The VCOs need more work because I decided they needed updating. They were not good enough yet. The envelope generators are done. They were pretty straightforward, to be honest. The keyboard controller, holy mother, the keyboard controller. Oh, yeah, that's because it's technically there's 3 keyboards to the Anaglyph. So, yeah, I know. So each keyboard has its own job. So there's an 88 note hammer. There's a 76 note MPE and a 37 note mono.
37?
Yeah, I know. I did think about bigger, and then I thought, no, what would be better is 2 37 note monos. So there's 2 37 note monos.
As long as
So a
they're
little
not
bit like
mini
the
keys.
GX1 with the stacking.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So yes, it has 7 modulation wheels and stuff like that. I know it's just mental machine. But Fiona's saying to me, like, she goes, "Oh, can you have, can it have the CS80 glide strip?" Yeah, we can do that. It's not a problem. I know how to make. I know how to make them. And she goes, "Look, can it have a touch screen?" I go, "Oh, now you're getting into a whole new world where we have to bring somebody in who's savvy in that neck of the woods."
I'm going to turn the volume off and this stops doing that.
But if it is going to have some sort of like central computing unit to be able to run all this stuff seamlessly together, and perhaps even have set patches, even because I like the immediacy if you can have it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
you're still thinking about doing individual modules to sell as well?
probably key modules.
Yeah.
Key modules. Yeah. There's one. I don't know if it'd work. Well, it might work as a module because you really don't know what people can do with these things until you give it to them and they try it out. But I got this circuit design. I've tried it out and it works. Where you use pulse width to do key transpositions. Yeah. So you can actually
never heard that.
Yeah, and it's really quite bizarre. And by changing the square wave's running at a variable speed. You can vary the speed, but there's a sweet spot that when you get it running fast enough, if you pulse width the square down, the keyboard goes up in pitch. And it's just simple harmonics, really.
Is there a synth that already does that?
Do you know what? I don't think there is. I don't think so. But what was interesting about it, you could even have it stepped so it would work as a normal transposition, a normal transposer. But then you could apply it to sequencers and, other external triggers, or even an LFO. So you can actually bring the pitches to different places at different times. And I thought, that'd be an interesting module just to have on its own.
That's cool.
So
Could it almost FM?
It would be mental. We're talking like Metasonic's neck of the woods. It's just absolutely like, what the fuck is this? When you start applying it to stuff and see what happens, that kind of thing, which I love. I love all that where you plug something in and you say, right, let's see what this does. So it's all doable. It's just at the moment it's just time. Just getting these jobs sorted out and decks cleared so I can spend more time designing this thing. But it's just getting more and more mental as each day goes by. But I've got Fiona there. She's got my collar on. She just yanks me back every now and again.
It sounds like you're making a lot of progress on it, though, Ken. Do you know what I mean? But I remember the last time I spoke to you about it, I think you were still working on the oscillators. And now you sound as if you've made like bucket loads of progress.
But see, the thing, when I was doing the Anecdotes the first time round, it was still a full-time, I was still doing my full-time job.
Yeah.
So I get like a couple of hours in the evening to, do stuff. Designing is relatively straightforward and quick, and get it done on the computer. You can get all the Gerber files made up for the boards. But at some point, you have to breadboard this stuff and try it out in the real world, and that takes time.
To be fair, Ken, you might think he's talking shit here, but I do actually know that because my university project was to try and build an analog synth, and it was absolute shit. I done a shit job at it, but it was so hard. I mean, but basically, like, I done all that stuff, and basically I managed to get a stylophone type keyboard and an oscillator working, and that was all I got working over my full year of university. It was an absolute bleeding nightmare, and it was like, I remember the day the guy came and seen it, and it stopped working, so I had a transistor array chip, and it blew for some reason, and it wasn't working, so I had to glue two transistors together and put it into this circuit to get the thing to make a noise. And I'm like, this is, and I thought that me and my stupid young head, sort of 21 years old, thought that I was taking the easy option, going for an analog synth rather than doing something digitally. How wrong was I? I thought this will be easy. an analog synth. This will be dead simple. This will be easy. And it was an absolute nightmare. It was terrible. Okay, honestly.
Yeah, but this is it. I mean, I was told by I can't remember who it was now, but the guy said to me, I mean, essentially what he says is like, when your VCO's done, fire it up, listen to the waveforms, and just keep messing with it until those waveforms sound good, dry, nothing on them or anything, just listen to the tone of them, and if they sound good there, they will sound really good when they get to the end.
Absolutely.
So he said, don't settle for them to go, oh yeah, okay, that's a square wave, and move on. Just go, yeah, can we make that square wave better? And you think, well, how can you make a square wave better? You know, but there are ways.
The thing is with a square wave is what makes it sound good is when it's not a perfect square wave, and how much of not a perfect square wave then
exactly
becomes so like for example the on the Airbus down here, like the square wave, if you scope that square wave, looks nothing like a square wave.
Yeah.
and but it sounds great, and it's the uniqueness of it. It sounds great.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've always been partial to the square wave on the 80, anyway. Yeah. It's got a depth to it. Mm-hmm. But so what happens is where you got the sides of the square wave, but when you got the tops of the square wave, they are that shape. So it's not a square. It's sort of like it looks like an elongated sawtooth in a way.
Yeah, it's sort of like a curved. It's like a square wave, but like a curve down. Yeah.
So, what was interesting about it though was, okay, well that's all well and good. So you alter the square wave to be, more interesting. But on the 80, I think it's 3.8 volt. Which you go, oh, okay, it's cool. It's about 5 volt. Square wave's about 5 volt on a Prophet 5. The anaglyph is 15 volt. It's fucking.
See, it is modular.
It is modular, yeah. So it's going to sound like a polyphonic Moog. You put the square on, but it won't sound like a Moog because of the various altercations that have been done to it, But I need to get a very, very, very sweet pulse width. Very similar to the one I heard on that Regen do the other night. Because you think, well, pulse width sounds like pulse width, but the pulse width that Regen done, when Robbie was demonstrating it, was absolutely gorgeous. Really stunning. I go, no, you want that. So might have to get Robbie to scope it for me.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, so I mean it's mental because I know I can't. Although the prototype will very likely be mostly through hull, the actual build
SMT
really can't. It really can't be through hull.
No, in this day and age.
Well,
manufacturing.
Not there'll be some through hole in it, but it can't all be. I think where it will be through hole where it needs to be, where the components are only available in through hole, then that do the job I want it to do, then they'll be through hole, and then all the, should we say, the menial stuff can be surface mount. Switching ICs can be surface mount because they switch. That's all they do. I don't give a shit where it's legs through a board or on the surface,
Have you decided how deep the modules have to be yet?
Well, what I would intend to do if I do, I mean, see, this is the thing. See, if I make it too big, if I make it a comfortable size, it would be, a full system would be too big. for anybody. Even Ty be going, nah, fucking hell, where am I going to put this? Kind of thing.
And then you really have got a problem with Ty saying, I've nowhere to put
Yeah.
it.
Tile need a fourth room.
I was going to say, Ty starts building Studio 4.
Yeah. And then has to knock all of them into one to get it in. You know? And I go, if I make it too small, it's going to be piddly and fiddly. And I don't want it to be piddly and fiddly if I can help it. But at the same time, I don't want to, you know, if it's going to be a live bass machine, you don't want to be reaching halfway across the second room to go and adjust something. So that's proved very, very difficult, to be honest with you, Andy. It's choosing what her format size is going to be.
Yeah.
So, but obviously, you know, if I'm going to make parts of this into modules, then obviously it's going to have to be, you know, the Euro rack size.
Well, because most of the manufacturers either go deep or they go wide, or stacked, like a lot of boards stacked on each other. You get those really chunky modules that are like a brick.
Yeah.
There's like a little city of boards, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, you know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the memory mode's only about 2 deep, but
yeah,
this thing could get way out of hand of that.
And 2HP makes really skinny modules, but that board has to go somewhere, so it goes pretty deep sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, there may be. With the Euro size, there'll definitely be compromises with them because you can't go too mad with through hole on a Euro module, can you? So a lot of that would have to be SMT in the end, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, but
I'm glad you're going to release some modules so the mere mortals like me can actually buy part of it. So.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, what I mean, I'd love to do like a sort of like, you know, if the Anaglyph did okay, yeah, sell 3 of them or something like that, and be able to do more modules or build something a little bit more compact,
consumer friendly.
The
majority.
Or pay somebody to make, you know, to write the software to do a normal size keyboard version of it, as it were.
Or sell your design to one of the big guns to make it mass producible.
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of options available. We just hope there's an actual manufacturing company still available by the time we'll get round.
Right off, because to be fair, Modal looks like it's down the tubes and Moog looks like it's. Oh, sorry, Moog looks like it's down the tubes. And
Moog, and like, it's going to be Chinese Moogs now.
Yeah, well, I mean, everything ends up being Chinese.
Keep in mind,
the parts are already made.
American made Moog is not going anywhere. This one's staying now. In light of that news, this one's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, on the other hand, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Kent. Go.
No, I was just going to say, like, just sort of like underlining what Andy was saying, that, you know, that most of the parts are built in China anyway. Even though an American synth built it in America.
So I mean, maybe it's going
to.
exactly. So maybe and calibrated. So maybe it means like more affordable modes for everyone. If they still sound good.
See, at the end of the day, I remember years ago we went through a phase where if you were using backing tracks at gigs, you put them on mini disc. So I said, well, right, this is the way things are going, so I'll need to sort out my backing track and put them onto mini disc. So I said, I want good mini disc players for the band. So I went and bought Kenwood mini disc players, and I thought, well, do you know, Kenwood were the top sort of hi-fi brand at the time, and I'm like, do you know what I mean? These are really good, these Kenwood. So I bought 2 Kenwood mini disc players, and after about maybe 18 months or something, one of them stopped working. It was out of manufacturer warranty. I said, I'm going to open this up and have a look at myself to see if I can fix it, and all the parts inside of it were sharp. So it was only the actual label on the front of it that was Kenwood, and all the rest of it was sharp. So I suppose we've been there for a long time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
I can't. I'm sure that Moog as a company will, wherever they manufacture it, make some great instruments that'll be desirable.
Yeah.
Looking at the nice Behringer stuff, they're made in China.
Yeah,
Totally,
absolutely.
right? So-
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But I mean, it's a thing. If you are going to manufacture something, if China isn't involved at some part of that process, you end up with a very, very expensive item.
Well,
if you're going to
absolutely.
compete, you have to deal.
Absolutely. I mean, to be fair, what you're describing there is the whole reason why I no longer work in the electronics industry. Because what happened with me in the electronics industry was it became cheaper to actually manufacture a new PCB than actually pay me to work out what was wrong with the PCB that was faulty. So, and they just shoved all their manufacturing to keep, and there was no need for people like me because it was cheaper to if a motherboard or whatever failed their tests, it was cheaper to throw it in the bin and make a new one than pay me to work out what was wrong with it. And so,
I mean, when I was a kid, Fairchild Semiconductor was right down the street. And pretty soon they were a vacant building, and then they got knocked down, and then many years later, Netscape had their headquarters there. So,
Yes. But
this
I
stuff
mean,
disappeared a long time ago.
it's like when I was talking to Tom. He said the thing is China used to have this reputation that it would make it, cheap and just about work and all the rest of it. But it's not like that now. It's very much a ongoing concern for them, and you get high quality stuff now from China at a really, really great price. So, I mean, when I approached a couple of board houses in the UK, and I was talking about a board, I suppose about a foot long and about 5 inches deep. And I said, and do 50 of them. It's just double-sided. It's nothing weird or anything like that. And I think there was a 1 mil tolerance on it. And I said, so how much for 50? And I sent them the Gerber file for the quote. And it got back to me, and I said, it would be about 4.5K. I went, no, I only want you to make the boards. And they go, no, that is to just make the boards. I go, are you fucking kidding me? For 50 boards?
It's the way of the world. Unfortunately, in terms of manufacturing, we cannot compete with these countries, and whether or not you agree with it or not, you think, that it's all slave labour or whatever, that's another discussion for another day. But the bottom line is, we cannot compete. Do you know what I mean? We go into Primark to buy a shirt at £5. The shirt at £5 isn't any better or less quality than the shirt in River Island that's just down the street that's £35. The difference is the labour cost in making that shirt. It's just so you're. I mean, what am I going to do? I need white shirts to play weddings. They go down dead quickly because of the sweat.
Hey, Mark, you're clipping. I'm not sure if your connection is not good or if you need to rejoin with your audio.
Right, no problem.
Yeah, it's making a lot of weird noises.
To be fair, anyway, I'm going to head anyway, okay? So it's been good seeing you, and it's good.
Yeah,
I hope to see you, Kent, at Synthfest.
Unlikely.
Unlikely. Oh, well.
Yeah, us agoraphobics tend not to turn up at things. That's what we're good at, mate.
No problem. Well, if I do see any of you at Synthfest, that'd be fantastic. But if I don't, have a wonderful evening. Okay.
Right,
see you, Mark.
I'll speak to you soon. Bye.
Take care, buddy.
Bye.
Look after yourself, mate.
Well, the problem with the whole Chinese thing is not just the the labor part of it, where they get treated like crap to have cheap labor, but they're also destroying their environment and their normal habitat for human living. The pollution levels, everything's lax over there. So you have entire cities over there where it looks like Desert Storm,
Mm.
right? There's pollution levels you can't even see down the street, and
Yeah.
yellow clouds of smoke, and it's really horrible.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we want cheap goods, but at the cost of those people, you know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's why
because their
also.
government doesn't care about them.
Yeah, and it's also why it costs more to do it in our countries
Yeah,
because we have all these regulations.
we
and it
can't have
adds to
that.
the cost.
Like Kodak, I used to love Kodachrome film, the slide
Mhm.
film, but the process was so toxic. They
Yeah.
kept moving the factories around. It used to be in Palo Alto. I could take 100 rolls of film, next day pick it all up, right?
Yeah.
And now you have to, if you still could get it anywhere, you'd have to ship it to this state or that state and wait because various states have different rules for toxic dumping of chemicals and outgassing. But China, they don't have any of those rules.
Yeah.
They just, hey, we'll do whatever because we want all the business, right?
Yeah.
And it's really sad, the environmental impact and the people impact. So I do feel bad buying stuff made there, but at the same time, I still buy it. So,
Yeah.
so I don't feel that bad, I guess, you know.
Yeah, it's that dichotomy, isn't it? It's,
Yeah.
You know, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't.
But we also have political issues too, because this whole thing with Taiwan and U.S. wanting to get involved to keep Taiwan somewhat free,
Yeah.
and these military actions are threatened, and Xi's a total megalomaniac dictator who refuses to step down after his normal term. And we got to deal with assholes like that. That also we may lose our parts because we're at war.
Well, but the thing is also with Taiwan is that because they're a major chip manufacturer,
Mm-hmm.
which now Biden is trying to get back to the U.S.
Right.
So once it's an infrastructure that works in the U.S. and they can produce as much, they'll say, fuck Taiwan.
But they can't because we can't afford the prices that will be made here. The prices
Well,
will shoot up.
Yeah, but
Right? There's that weird thing of like, well, we want to
I
keep
know.
it back and make it American made and stuff, but who's going to be able to afford it?
Yeah.
well, and then they'll flex the laws on.
They'll have to subsidize it, and then our taxes go up. So either way, we're still paying for it.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you're paying nothing in taxes already. You have to pay more.
Exactly.
I'm kidding.
No, I mean that's what some people think.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
beginning to see-
I'm in the province or state in North America that pays more taxes than anyone else, and all the provinces in Quebec, in Canada, and yeah, seriously. I moved.
Wow.
And give you an example. I was living in Toronto 12 years ago,
yeah.
and then I moved to Quebec, and I made my tax return here in Quebec, and in Ontario, and I make good money. In Ontario, I would get money back, $1,000 maybe.
Yeah.
And here, Quebec sent me a bill for 6,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that gives you an idea of how we're fucked, and we have no fucking services. Anyway,
Well, you also have to pay for the double street signs, right? The Quebecois.
absolutely, yeah. Oh yeah, everything's it has to be at least French or bilingual. Yeah.
Well, at least you get bigger road signs.
There's a great. You ever see Triumph the Insult Comic Dog, little puppet that Robert Smigel does? Let me find a clip. There's an episode he went to Quebec and was yelling at all the locals who were speaking French to him and making fun of the signs. This little dog puppet.
Oh yeah,
And it's so
the
goddamn funny.
insult. Yeah.
Oh, he's so great.
Yeah.
Run around, look at them. What do these signs say? It's for me to poop on. You know.
Yeah, on Conan O'Brien. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's where you got to
right.
start.
Right, gentlemen, I'm going to duck out because I've got a busy day tomorrow.
All right,
Time.
Matt.
All right, have a good one.
Good to see you,
I'll
Matt.
soon.
You too, man.
See you later.
Hang loose,
See ya.
darling.
Oh, let me find that clip. I love that.
Mm.
You probably haven't seen much of that, have you, Kent? The Triumph
No,
the
no, no,
Insult
no.
Comic
I
Dog.
don't
No.
think so. No.
As a dog guy, you would love this already. But Robert Smigel's the funny guy at SNL behind TV Funhouse and all those cartoons. And yeah, he's a really funny guy. The best ever was making fun of Star Wars Attack of the Clones. They went to
That's
the
easy
opening
to
where all the
do.
guys are camped out front.
Yeah.
And they had some guy from the staff come out dressed as Spock, flipping everybody off. And it's so awesome. He's like, there's this pregnant woman, And he goes, "Oh, you have a future nerd in there?" He goes, "Yep." He goes, "That's the last time he's ever going to see genitalia, female genitalia." And there's another guy who's trying to imitate the famous scene where, "Do not fail me," as Darth Vader, right?
Yeah.
And he goes, "Okay, now do it again, but pretend you've run 10 feet." So he's like, he's a big fat guy.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's really great. This Robert Smigel.
But if you wanted to have an idea of how the culture, Quebec culture is compared to, let's say, Ontario's, the next province next door, there's a movie. It's called Bon Cop, Bad Cop. So it's good cop, bad cop.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a caricature of both cultures, but it's not that far. It's it's really fucking close too, because the English people, they're like really straight. They stand up straight, and they're very, very proper. And the Quebec guy is like me, so. But yeah, no, it's a movie to watch. Except there's a scene that is totally lifted from 48 Hours with Nick Nolte, and it's totally lifted. But anyway, it's one scene.
Gotcha.
Okay, I put the link in chat there. Triumph in Quebec is so funny.
I'll have to watch it on replay because tablet.
I'll find the Star Wars one too. The Star Wars one was great.
Oh, good.
He did a lot of stuff during Trump's election as well, going around making fun of people at all these little parties and stuff, and that was great. He's doing live coverage of the some of the parties, and he's just so brutal.
Yeah,
and as a puppet, so people laugh most of the time. Like he famously had a thing with the MTV Music Awards, and Eminem grabbed his face and pushed him away like a big kind of a stunt, even though it didn't really happen. Like he was part of it. Eminem was laughing along with it, but acted tough.
Yeah.
And then Triumph did a press conference the next day with a big injury collar around his neck because Eminem hurt his neck, So,
yeah, but there's people who got angry at him.
Oh yeah, especially J-Lo at the awards. He goes, "J-Lo, can I sniff your butt?" It's so great.
Yeah, it's like the guy we had here, Jonathan Pye.
Oh, I love Jonathan Pye.
Yeah, and it's just he's actually made it now to mainstream TV here now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, obviously he's had to dial it back a bit, but only a little bit. Only a little bit.
Okay.
Here in
Britain, yeah, you swear on TV there.
Oh,
right?
here in Britain we're tough.
Yeah.
We can take it.
Yeah, we're a bunch of pussies here. Everyone censors everything. So.
Oh fuck yeah. Because I watched episodes of what is it with Jimmy Carr. I know you don't like him, but that show with the clock and they have
Countdown.
Countdown, yeah.
Yeah.
And
8 out of 10
I mean,
cats.
they say everything there.
Oh yeah.
It's Channel 4, right? And
yeah.
So, but Jonathan Pye is on the BBC or?
Yeah, I think it's a show on the BBC now. Yeah.
Oh, really?
I think.
Wow.
Don't quote me on that one. It might be more like Channel 4 or Channel 5 or something like that.
Yeah.
Which is a bit more lenient.
Okay, I put the Triumph Star Wars link in there too. You got to check that out. It's goddamn hilarious.
I will.
Yeah, the only thing we lost old Sean Locke.
Mm.
So.
Yeah, that was sad.
Yeah.
He was fucking hilarious.
He did a radio show. It was about this all the people that lived in this block of flats that he lived in, and his mate was it Eduardo or something like that had fitted bugs in all the different flats, and the idea was that he could listen in to what was going on in all the different flats, and that's what this whole comedy radio show was about. And he had all these different characters, right? So he had there was this one guy. It was called Honest Joe. He was like super honest, right? So He goes, let's go and listen in on Honest Joe. He's like, you hear all this, and then it comes through to him, and you hear all this like tapping away and everything like that. And you go, London, it's tap, 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 and he starts whistling this song. And it was, try to remember, Relight My Fire. He's going, and he goes, oh, goodness gracious, oh, damn it. And he goes, reaches for the phone, and it's deep, 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 deep. And he goes, hello? Is that PRS? Yes, I've just been whistling Relight My Fire. Is that you? Is that you, Deirdre? Oh, yeah, how's the leg? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, how much is that? 4p. Okay, I'll put it in the post. All right, bye. All this sort of stuff. It was fucking hilarious. All these different people. It's fucking great. But yeah, it was loads of different. Yeah, it was really great. But there's loads of stuff that would be on the radio that's absolutely top notch. And a lot of people don't get to hear it, don't know about its existence. It's only until these people get onto TV they go, oh, I like it, it's funny. You know, whereas they've already done like a swathe of material already. That is even better, you know.
Yeah.
But that's the problem now, because you've got so many different channels and stuff like that. It's hard to find things sometimes. You know, it gets lost in all the detritus that goes on. So,
Do you still have a TV tax in England?
Yeah, I think we do. Yeah, I think we still have the BBC license.
Okay.
Christ, I'm trying to remember. It's normally direct debit now, so I just.
Yeah.
Because it used to be a thing. You used to go down to the post office and pay 150 quid a year for the privilege of owning a TV. Because apparently we still live in the Second World War.
Jeez. Get rations, TV rations.
Yeah. Well, what I was reading up on some of this stuff. It was because my nan was telling me about this, and because she goes, oh, you know, we had ration books back in the war. I went, yes, Nan, I have been to school. She goes, yeah. Well, she goes, you know, rationing continued right up until about 1957. I mean, excuse me. She goes, well, on some things they were just winding it down, but ration books were still in place. In 1948, there was still ration books. You know, you could only have 2 ounces of cheese a week and all this sort of thing. Okay, you handed in your coupons. You know, on top of having to pay for it as well. So I went, really? Were we that screwed? She went, oh,
Yikes.
yes. Yeah, we were that screwed.
Yeah.
But no offense, Andy, but she had her opinion about the Americans.
Well, who doesn't, right?
Oh, no. But with her, she goes, I was sitting in my kitchen, she goes, and a V2 rocket, she goes, landed at the bottom of my garden, she goes, and blew up the entire bottom of my garden. She goes, sheds, rhubarb, everything, gone. That's right. She goes, every pane of window in the back of my house, blown in. And what were the Americans doing for 2 years? Sitting on their fucking asses.
Actually, that's not true. We had guys flying over there helping the RAF.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But this was like the way it was portrayed.
Of course, yeah.
In the news. Well, when I say the newsreels that you go to.
Well, because we were secretly doing. We didn't want to get pulled into the war, so we were secretly helping.
Yeah. And building a lot of weapons and ammunition.
It wasn't until the Japanese did their thing. We're like, okay, motherfuckers, here we come.
Yeah. But she goes. Oh, it was terrible. I don't know how we survived as a country. I said, Nan, you got to remember, darling, you were living in what they called Bomb Alley. We were close enough to France, and we're between France and London, and they would fly immediately over you. And some of them didn't make London. Yeah. She goes,
you were the doormat of the country, just getting stepped on.
but she says, she goes, well, you always hear them coming over, and you didn't worry too much. It's when they were coming back. And I go, why would you worry when they're coming back? They've dropped all their bombs. She goes, oh, no. They'd still have some bombs left over. And they used to drop them on the way home, so they had enough fuel to get home. And they just indiscriminately drop it into the blackness, because they had blackouts. So they didn't know where there was houses or not or anything, right?
And they were having fun bombing anyway. They just bombed indiscriminately.
Well, the thing was, they didn't, because they never hit any of the landmarks. They never ever
Really?
hit. No, they never hit Buckingham Palace. They never hit St. Paul's Cathedral, although it did get damaged one day. But
Right.
we understand that the guy responsible for that was reprimanded. Yeah, it was that weird thing where Hitler
So
loves
a little
London.
bit of honor, right? Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit there.
So,
So
Rob,
and the rest of the country very rarely saw a bomb land on them.
hey, before I forget, Ken, I also put a link in there for Triumph of the Westminster Dog Show, which is goddamn funny. Where he's calling dogs bitches and he's like trying to get on with them and stuff. It's very
Yeah,
fun.
yeah. Now that one, I think I might have seen.
You must have seen it. That's famous from 2008, I think it was.
Yeah, that one I think I might have picked up on.
Yeah.
But I'd seen it as a clip, but didn't know its origin, so wouldn't.
Oh, it's
know
a whole like 10-minute thing. It's so
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah. So, you're going to buy a Lotus, Robbie?
The closest I ever got to a Lotus was living about 10 miles down the road from the factory.
Well, that's pretty close.
Yeah. Colin Chapman used to be a customer at Dad's restaurant.
Oh.
Many years ago. I remember
I've
him
driven
bringing.
an Elite.
Yeah.
I've driven a Lotus Elite. And I think, did I ever go in I think I had to go in an Elise as well.
I've never seen one here.
My youngest brother's got an Elise.
Yeah.
Fuck knows how. He must be up to it.
What's the flat one, the Bond one? It's the Elite, isn't it? Like
No,
Elite.
the
No, the Esprit.
Esprit
Esprit, that's it.
Turbo. And
Yeah,
James Bond.
we had to go and collect one. The whole floor and door and A post had just broken off it and left the driver in the road. So like, where's my fucking car?
I got offered one.
Yeah.
I think it was an S2. And it was the landlord of a pub that we used to play at. And
Yeah.
every time we went in, I'd look in his garage and there was this gold, it was gold coloured, Esprit. And I mentioned it to him one day. I said, "What is that? Is it running?" He said, "Yeah, kinda." I said, I've always wanted a Lotus. We can have that one if you want. And I said, "How much?" He said, $5,000.
Wow.
Yeah, but
That was a lot of money.
that was a heck of a lot of money.
Yeah.
A heck of a lot of money. Even then, I mean, it was cheap, for a Lotus.
And the
but
repair
it was-
bills are nuts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, round here, you can find somebody who probably worked at Lotus that could probably do something for you.
Did they only make sporty cars?
Yeah, I mean, it's only in recent years. Well, they've got a new SUV coming. Like
Oh, really?
all,
Okay.
all of those brands have got an SUV.
Yeah, Porsche
now.
has one, a couple of them.
Yeah. Everybody's got
Although
this
the
now, don't
Lotus
they?
one, I mean, I hate SUVs and I don't like the Lotus one that much, but it doesn't look too bad. But now they've got the Evea, which is the new electric hypercar,
Yes.
which looks incredible.
Yep.
The one that they're banging on about at the moment, what is that? Is it the new one? It's their last petrol engined
The
What's it called?
Emira.
Emira. That's it. That looks nice. It is
Yes,
nice.
it does.
But
And
then
it
all
sounds
Lotuses-
nice too.
Yeah, all Lotuses look nice.
I think the Lotus I was most in love with was the Europa.
Yeah, Roy the
And
Road.
that's because I love cars that you can't see out the back of.
Yeah, I know, it was ridiculous, wasn't it?
'Cause
I remember having a
mate,
model Europa. It was just like this flat thing at the back. You couldn't. Yeah, very.
Well, I tell you what. Next time you're down, Robbie, get in the Mustang, and I dare you to reverse it anywhere.
I'm not doing
You
that.
literally, you have to use the Force, Luke. Honest to fucking God,
Seriously,
you
mate.
see nothing.
Yeah.
Like a strip window, or there's something in the back, right?
Well, no, not even without if you don't have the blind on the back. My one doesn't have the blind, which is probably just. I don't really like the blind. It's a clear glass, but you see that much.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
angle.
because it's so angled.
Yeah, it's angled at such a way you get like this 1 inch of light come through
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
in a very dark car, so you can't see anything outside. because it's sort of like just a blinding strip of.
Well, back then you
light.
just had to get out of the way. Yeah, they don't care about who's behind you.
Well,
so.
yeah. Well, they should hear the
It goes
exhaust,
fast,
really.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they should hear the exhaust coming.
Well, that's it.
You know, there's something coming. I'm like, oh, get out of the way.
You would think that, but people get hit by trains all the time, and you can't miss those fuckers.
Yeah, but they try to race them, don't they? Let's face
Yeah.
it. They
No,
try
some
to
people
race
actually
them at the
crossed
crossing.
There's not too long ago. There was a famous one crossing the ding ding ding. The gates went on.
Yeah.
Tried to drive around the gates, and bam!
Yeah,
Yeah, but they're trying to beat a train.
yeah, trying to
They
race
know
the
a train's coming because the fucking gates are down. They're just trying to get across, and they don't.
And what
But-
is it with rigs in the big rigs, lorries for our English friends, the big rigs, why do they always break down on railway crossings?
Oh.
Are they designed to do that or something? They just
Yes.
always break down
They-
in the middle of
they
a railway
beach on the
crossing.
camber.
Yeah, they just go, oh, you're kidding me, you've broken down here. You couldn't have broken just like 3 feet before. Because
No, we
YouTube's
get-
full of trucks getting
There's,
Yep.
getting a diesel through it.
Of where we are, we have obviously there's a few railway lines that are very rural, and they're not manned crossings. And there was a bit of a spate of accidents. The railway company released some video footage. They installed cameras, and they released this footage of all the people who had tried to cross the line when the train was being, there was a notification of something, whether it was a light or a bell. There was, there's some notification. Not only were they trying to cross the line, they would stop on the lines and do stupid shit. Yeah. Like, I don't know, there was one lad who was doing fucking push-ups in between the tracks.
Yeah.
Well, he deserves to die.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's a
But
Darwin Award right there. So.
They deserve to die, but the driver doesn't deserve to see them explode in front of his windshield.
Well, the problem is all the poor people on the train.
He can
They're
close his
delayed. They
eyes.
can't get home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
Just
mean,
close your eyes.
speaking-
It's not like you can swerve, isn't it?
Yeah, and
You can't play
speaking
chicken
of-
with a train.
No, you can't. But speaking of watching someone explode, a few weeks ago,
As you do.
yeah, as you do. No, I saw that in real life.
Ugh.
A few weeks
nice.
ago, I went to the store, was walking back. There's a girl. She might be 10 meters ahead of me. Beats, headphones. She's watching her phone, and there's a red light, and it's a boulevard, so people drive 80, 85, 90. And she just went through the light. I was yelling, "Stop!" And she didn't, and poop, got collected.
Jesus.
She flipped up in the air. I ran to stop other cars and give first aid, and there's no first aid to give.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
if you know people who do that, just no. I mean, just
Just tune down.
listen to
yeah.
the music, but look ahead of you.
Yeah.
Well, New York City for a while was giving tickets for people walking around with the ears covered and iPods and stuff.
Yeah.
Because they
Yeah,
walk
yeah.
into traffic all the time and cause a lot of problems. It's expensive.
Here, if you go biking and you have headphones or earphones in, you get a ticket.
Yeah.
That's it. And just biking in the city. So, yeah. Again,
Yeah,
people
nothing's that
here are
important. I
fucking
want to tune
stupid.
out that much, and
Well, I mean, it's your life. You want to tune out your life. I mean,
Apparently
and
they
this
do.
girl, I
It's,
was just like,
TikTok
and-
is that good,
yeah, and I mean, this girl, there's nothing I could do, and I know first aid, I know CPR, and all of that, and like JFK, the shooting. Well, that's what she looked like.
There's a famous video, probably 15 years ago, it was all over the internet, of this couple running across the thing, and you see the train coming, and it's beep, 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 and the body gets knocked into the cameraman. It's so hard by the train. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it's rough.
Bloody
so on that happy note, about that
Yeah.
planet live.
We're all meat sacks, ready to get hit. So
Fuck.
Oh, God.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah. Can't wait to get an island lift. It's gonna be what? 75,000 pounds?
What's that?
The Anide lift.
No, I'm really concentrating on trying to keep the price down as much as humanly possible.
Tell you what, if I win the lottery tonight, I'll invest in your company.
My
I'll
company.
make it happen.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
KSS,
Yeah.
Can't Spung Synthesizers. There we go.
Me, Fiona, and a big bag of dog shit. That's all we got at the moment.
Yeah, but then I can.
That's the only thing we produce here.
That's a good album title too.
That's our main product outlet. That and
Yeah.
dried leaves.
Yeah, buy an Anide lift, get a big pile of dog shit. All right, there you go. It's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, we already talked about it. Goes, how much dog hair do you think we should put in the box with it? I said, well, I don't know, just let it happen. Just leave all you do is you leave the box open in the front room for a day.
Yeah.
That's all the packing you're going to need. Especially from that bloody husky. Jesus Christ. That dog should be bald. You look around the front room and you go, why isn't he bald?
They're hair factories. They're amazing.
Aren't they just? You go,
Yeah.
he's still as hairy.
But they're not made to live in that kind of.
Well, that's part of it too. The
environment.
warm.
I mean,
the warm temperature.
they're made to live here.
Yeah.
I see them here suffering in the heat, just panting away because people have them in sunny California. So.
I mean, I understand they're beautiful with their big blue eyes and all, but no, it's
see,
cruelty.
He has a spot that he has, which is weirdly right in front of the middle door between the hall and the front room, and he lays there. And it is the coolest part of the house. If you want to know where the coolest part of the house is, follow a husky.
Yeah.
And then, so what we did is we set it up that there was permanently 2 fans on the floor, blowing into that corner. And it was fucking icy cold there. Fiona used to put bags of ice behind the fans, so it was blowing ice cold air, right? He'd come in from playing in the garden or whatever with the others, or splashing about in the pool. And he'd come in and he'd lay down there, and he was freezing because he was wet as well. And you put your hand on him, he's like, oh, it's freezing cold. And he's there, but you dig your hands deep into the coat until you get down the skin. It's sort of like, yeah, he's okay. He's not warm enough to pant, but he's okay. So because it's you're out there and you're sort of like going, fuck me, it's bloody hot out here. You go, and I'm going, right, well, now imagine what it's like having 2 fur coats on, being out here. That you
the best would be a basement with a concrete floor where they can just sprawl out.
Yeah.
Be all cold.
Yeah. But he does this other thing as well, which is, he's a clever little shit. In the mornings, he likes to go into my room, lay down on the floor. There's a cold breeze there. And then midday, he comes and lays on the landing. And then in the afternoons, he'll come and lay in here. And then by about 5-ish or something, it gets warm in here again because the house is giving up the heat it's collected during the day. And he goes downstairs and goes to his little spot, which is weirdly next to the GS1, which makes it very difficult to work on because there's a husky on the floor. So, so we were doing that all through the hot weather.
You could buy him his own little personal AC unit, to sit next to.
Well, literally it was. I mean, you had, these ice cube bags.
Yeah.
On the back of the fans. It basically was this very efficient AC unit. That Yeah, he was cooler than the rest of us. I know that much.
Yeah.
He was well happy, he was. And you throw
You go, move over, Doug. I want to be here for a while.
Yeah. You go, it was a very attractive place to sit actually on some of the days here. So he'd only come into the kitchen if there was a sausage on the go. So anyway, although he's developed a taste for marshmallows, worryingly.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I go, the last thing we need is a husky with a sweet tooth. Oh,
do they have liver-flavored marshmallows? Is it?
No, I tell you what he does like, squirty cream. You get the squirty cream out of the fridge, and I just can't resist it. The dogs come over, and I go, right, open, and I go, in their mouths. They love it.
And they get a little high from the nitrous, like whippets.
Yes. Yeah. And then they go out and play, go, oh, let's chase the caterpillars and the mushrooms. Like this.
Exactly.
And then after about 10 minutes, they come in and go, oh, I'm whacked. Let's go and lie down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bless
Yeah,
him.
Sugar Crash. Yeah.
Yeah. But I must admit, I love showing off that Nelly to people when I do that execute order 66. And he goes like that and runs off and comes up with a tennis ball. Because get your
Oh,
ball.
really?
It's too easy, isn't it? Yeah. But he prefers it because I got like my PSN sweaty hoodie thing,
Yeah.
and I pull it over and I go execute order 66, and he goes. And off she goes and comes back with the ball. Come on, let's play. And so I have to throw the ball.
That's funny.
Use the force. Yeah. So, if it's not that, we're putting dog poo in the tennis ball cannon. That is fun, though. That woman must be going, what dog is doing this? What dog is crapping in my garden? I can't understand. But I need the little Noah's ones. God, they're like bloody ball bearings. Because he won't drink. You put him down in front of the bowl of water. Go, dog, you haven't drunk all day. Drink. And you go, yeah, that'll do me. Like, dude, you are shitting metal ball bearings in the garden. Drink.
You're not a camel. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
he's
he
still
just
getting
won't do
enough
it.
to not be constipated, so that's pretty good.
Well, you say that. They do come out under extreme pressure.
Ah, really? Okay.
Yeah, and when they hit the ground, they bounce 3 times at least. They are rock hard. But we cannot get him to drink. The vet reckons. He says, well, he's living up in the mountains. There's not a lot of water, so he's used
How
to
about
it.
dry kibble in water so he has to drink?
Well, we did that, and he had to go to the vet to have the shit removed.
Wow.
Yeah, so that didn't work, and we regretted that. Quite, mind you, so did he. Come to think of it, he runs off when he sees tweezers now. Put it that way.
Yikes.
Yeah, so we tried to find better ways of getting liquids into him, and
We also take him in once in a while for the anal glands, right? To get those expressed.
exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And what we found was tea.
Rob's like, what? What did I get into here?
Yeah. You give him tea.
It's like toothpaste.
Yeah, you give him tea though, man.
Oh, yeah.
We get water in him that way.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Give him a cup of tea in the morning, mate. He is laughing.
That's what I was thinking. Find something he likes. And,
Yeah. So, and we make it relatively watery, but just enough that he doesn't notice, because he's quite the connoisseur. So, and it has to have, well, we say 1 sugar, it's not. It's about a quarter, to be honest. But, and this is when me and Fiona discovered, wait a minute, are we just servants to our dogs?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
You have little scones with it too, for tea time?
It should be. Yeah. But, I mean, at some point, Noah would be going, this Sauvignon Blanc is supposed to be served chilled, don't you? This is warm. This is almost room temperature. What do you think I am? A dog or something?
Yeah, they like alcohol. My grandma used to give our dogs beer and wine, all kinds of
Oh,
stuff.
my old dog Larry used to love vodka, Southern Comfort.
Well, it's very sweet. So,
He
yeah.
put it away.
Southern
That dog
Comfort.
yeah, he loved it. Mind you, that was back in my drinking days. So I could put away a couple of bottles of that as well.
Exactly, yeah. So, Southern Comfort and lemonade.
With ice. Oh. Playing my chord Poly 6 into the early hours.
Ah, Poly 6.
Absolutely fucked off my head. Yeah,
You have recordings of that?
Do you know what? I think I have cassettes of me playing very, very, very drunk.
Wow, that'd be
It
great.
sounded brilliant when I was recording it, but when you play it back, not so much.
Yeah.
Really. When you listen to it sober, not quite the same effect.
Yeah.
Sounded like
No,
a rock god at the time.
Yeah. Another feeling. I played on acid once live. Don't.
Wow.
Don't. So, no, seriously, the guitar player, the lead singer, and me were all on acid. The other 2 were straight, and I don't think we were all playing the same song at the same time. And at one point, the guitar player was continuing his solo. After the song was over, he was like, "Oh, I'm so fucking good." And it's on video. Yeah.
Well, that's good. You got it for posterity. So
Yeah, you're right. And like I'm gonna show that to anyone.
I know I got one track where I was playing, and then it's just a chord, sort of a chord, held for a long period of time, and I realised that that's where I passed out on the keyboard. Well, I'm playing it back and go, I must have passed out. It's just like, it's going bling 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 bling, and it was slowing down. Bling 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 bling.
it's like the Tom Green Pizza Pie song where he plays the same chord for like 3 minutes, saying pizza pie, pizza pie.
Okay, yeah, I think I passed out while I was playing that. This is why when I became there was a point where I had to become teetotal, because it was going to be an early grave. It really was. Used to put the booze away. See, this is before Fiona. When I used to tell Fiona how much I used to drink, she's going, "Nah, I can't see it." I said, "I made you look teetotal, darling." She's going, "Fuck, you couldn't drink that much." I went, "Yeah, I did." Oh my God, yes. Yeah.
Wow.
When you had friends who were also into drinking and you were agoraphobic and couldn't go anywhere, alcohol was really very attractive.
Yeah.
And it was cheaper than drugs.
Well, it's readily available, not too expensive usually, and so.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't back then. It might be a different kettle of fish.
Well, that's why there's a liquor store in every corner, especially in poor neighborhoods. So.
Yeah, well, there you go. But yeah, I had to give it up, or go and get a shovel, basically. Bad. I've always had an addiction problem. My worst addiction now is synthesizers, I think. Oh shit, yeah. I have a problem.
I have no addiction problem, and alcohol's fine.
Yeah, well, that's what this pub will turn into eventually when we go, "Hi, my name's Ken, and I have an addiction to synthesizers."
Yeah.
Hi, Ken. We understand.
Yeah,
we
my name is
understand.
Kent. I'm a synthaholic. Hi,
Yeah.
Kent.
Hi, Ken.
I'm a synth addict, not alcoholic. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Or is it buying? I think I might be a compulsive buyer.
Could be a compulsive.
Well, it's all
buyer.
connected, right? So it's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's all connected.
Just get a little dopamine rush, don't you? Every time.
A friend of mine, who, I mean, she's anyway, she's an immigrant and doesn't.
You all are.
Hey?
You're right. Yeah, I'm second born. Yeah,
Yeah, I know that.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly the same.
Yes.
My initial panic attacks as well, yeah, and the alcohol helped, but eventually it did. And then you'd have a big one and you're pissed, and it's like the worst thing in the world.
Wake up to a slut, next to a slut, you don't know who she is. Right, Kent? You know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's
Still happens
normally
every morning.
Yeah, it does actually.
And then she's
I got
chaotically.
this bitch that keeps waking me up in the morning, tongue in my ear.
Get off,
Can we
Siri.
go downstairs? Yeah, Siri, don't do that. Why don't you just bark or something? That'll wake me up. You have to stick your tongue in my ear, roll. Jesus.
But no, man. Talking about addiction, buying addiction.
Yeah.
A friend of mine doesn't eat pasta at all. It's not in her culture. It's nowhere near. And one day she went with her husband to the store, and they were selling bags of pasta for like 50 cents.
Yeah.
And she filled a whole shopping cart. And I said, why? Why would you buy that? And she goes, well, it was on sale. Yeah, but you don't eat pasta.
Yeah.
You don't eat. You eat curry. And I'm just giving out her
A
origin.
bargain's a bargain. Yeah.
And she goes, yeah, it was exactly. So how much? Listen, how much money I saved? No,
Yeah, I know.
you didn't save anything. But for her, it was like, yes, I won something. No. So she was giving out pasta after.
This is why I stopped going to plug-in boutique. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I
yes.
ended up buying plugins I didn't use or want because
I'm
they're
guilty.
dirt
I'm
cheap.
guilty.
Yeah,
I've,
look at that!
Yep.
Look at that!
I'm
offer.
back
Look
to
at that, it's only-
1,000.
It's only 10
to-
quid.
Yeah, I'm back to 1,000 VSTs after having 780, dropping down from 1,000 something.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'll at least install them. I won't necessarily play it very much, but at least I'll use it for a tiny bit.
Oh, sometimes I buy them and then forget I bought them, and then I'll find them on the drive one day going, what's all this thing?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Or you
Still
go
packed.
to buy it and it says, you last purchased this.
Yeah, yeah.
I did that with gear. That's why I had to make a spreadsheet. I kept buying some of the same stuff.
Thank God websites do that. Mind you, not all
Yeah.
websites do that.
No.
Yeah, I bought 3 D50s like that because I forgot I had 2 in storage. Yeah, having 2 would be nice.
Can you polychain them? No.
Yeah.
Well, I got 2 of the racks just because I wanted a more portable version, but
Yeah.
yeah, you
But
gotta
then you
have a
don't go
list.
anywhere.
Yeah, you got to have a list to. Well, no, I go between like friends' places, and
Yeah, no, I was kidding. Yeah.
and I could use them in an EMOM, but I don't take those to EMOM now. So
You have EMOMs in California?
hell yeah, man.
Oh,
We've been
shit.
EMOMs
Probably-
here for decades and decades and decades.
Probably
They're just not-
originated there, mate.
Yeah, I mean, like especially with the modular scene, Oregon and Southern California, they've been doing this one called modular on the spot stuff for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Some people bring like battery or generators and do modular in the middle of a field somewhere.
Best place for it, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, shots fired.
No, you say that because you can get high and do a crazy dance, right?
No, I say it because you're over there and I can't hear you.
Oh.
Although you do lust stuff for the system 700 and the 500, and those are modular
Lust,
basically.
lust is a strong
Lust is a strong word, isn't it?
yeah. Speaking of modulars, when is yours coming in, Kent?
Oh, fucking weeks.
Oh, weeks. Okay.
Oh, it's
Well,
weeks now. Yeah. Up,
but it's
up-
not months.
It's up to 9 weeks, which last
Holy
time I looked is nearly 3 months. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It moved significantly after I actually purchased the first time.
Put the money down.
The
yeah.
first time, at least. The second time I bought it, it was still the same, but literally buying it from somewhere else, fucking several weeks later. What an idiot! It wasn't that I'd forgotten. It's thought I was convinced that I'd bought it from the Thoman, but when I signed into Thoman, it wasn't listed. I go, I did buy it, didn't I? I did press buy. I'm sure I pressed buy.
You need a spreadsheet for purchases also.
Yeah. You think? Yeah. So, and what had happened was I'd actually bought it from Anderton's.
Wow. Yeah.
So
okay.
a few weeks later, I
Base.
actually bought it from Thoman as well. So I went back to Thoman and cancelled it because obviously it'd been with Anderton's longer, and it was in the UK. So I'll still get it later than if I went with Thoman, but I purchased it from them. I think I've got some sort of monthly on it and all, just in case, because I couldn't guarantee how much would be in my bank account when it did actually arrive.
Oh.
Yeah.
I do it all the time with records because I'll go into a shop
I need pee.
and I'll be flicking through and go, oh, yeah, I like that one. Yeah. No. And I pick through them and then I get home and I go to catalogue them on the database and it says 1 copy in collection. Am I into this? Oh, then I go to the rack and there it is. So, yeah. But
Yeah,
I
some,
did
there
the
are
same
some,
with books long before I got into Synth. I was always buying the same books over and over again.
Yeah.
Sometimes you see a record, and I'm sure it's the same with things like books. You see, it's like if I see a copy of Cupid Psyche 85 by Scritti Politti in a record store, I will buy it, even though I own multiple copies of it on vinyl, tape, and CD. I will buy it because it needs to be bought and loved, and I will buy it and I will love it because it's the greatest album of all time, or one of them anyway. I can't leave a copy of Cupid and Psyche 85 in a rack.
Well,
Not
people
even
need
for
to discover
someone
it.
else to love it and enjoy
Yeah.
it.
Other people
Possibly.
discover it.
Possibly, but then I'll probably get it home and find actually, because like they did different You know, I did it once and came home with a version that I hadn't got because it had got the letters were embossed in gold, whereas the other ones weren't. And it turns out the gold embossed version was actually worth a little bit.
Yeah, so
Sometimes it pays off, but
it's a collection. It's not just a
it's
by
fucking obsession.
impulse.
Is what it is. Yeah.
It's a collection.
But no, there are certain records that I feel I'm not so bad with it now, but I would feel compelled to buy it regardless of whether I owned it, that I owned it already, simply because I couldn't let that record just sit in a charity shop gathering dust. Has to be bought, has to be owned. It's sad. There you go.
We all have our demons.
Indeed. Which reminds me, I've got to sell some duplicates off. I was going through stuff the other day. I have got some duplicates. I've got one that, or a little box set of Genesis albums on in 5.1, and I bought one, and then I found one that was about the same price, but in much better condition. So I bought that instead. So I'm going to sell the other one on, because those discs go for about £50-60 each.
Oh, wow.
But they don't, because they went completely out of print.
Speaking of Genesis, has Phil Collins gotten worse, or is he pretty much the same?
I haven't heard anything from Phil.
He's
Well,
wheelchair bound,
worse.
Wasn't he wheelchair bound or something? Or he couldn't
He
walk
can't
very
get
well?
much worse than what he is.
Well, he had a walker. But
Yeah.
when he was going on the stage, he had a walker and then sat on it. And
Yeah.
I mean, I can only imagine he's gotten worse because he's older.
Well, he's not getting
Sure.
any better. That's a fact. He's just not. And it's just tragic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the only reason why I didn't go. They played here, and I didn't want to see
No,
Phil Collins walk on the stage with a walker.
I didn't want to see Phil Collins sat on a chair, struggling to hit all the fucking notes he used to be able to hit. You know,
Yeah.
that's just not.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why Keith Emerson killed himself, right? Because he couldn't play anymore. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they say.
So the greatest Genesis video ever is the Mama Tour of '81. For me, anyway. They were all at their peak.
The what tour?
The Mama Tour.
That wasn't 81.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Mama was 83.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Could be.
yeah,
It could
yeah.
be. You know, I'm just.
81 would have been Abacab.
Yeah, but they started with Abacab. Oh, yeah, you're right. So then, yeah, it's 83. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
Mum was 83.
But that's the best live Genesis album ever.
Yeah,
or
one could
video.
argue that, like, when they did the original, like, farewell tour, which was 2007, and they did Circus Maximus in Rome, that's one that you can, I think that's one that they recorded.
Yeah. Okay.
That was pretty epic.
Yeah.
Because they're all still, still doing it, as well as they always did. But yeah, I mean, that. But then there are videos. There's a brilliant web YouTube channel. I think it's called the Genesis Archive, and they've managed to get footage of the original lineup with Hackett, Gabriel, Rutherford, Collins, and Banks. I say the original, the classic lineup.
Yeah.
And I think it was there's one at the Bataclan in Paris, and there's another one at, I think, Shepperton Studios here in the UK, and they've managed to remaster it into 4K and fix the sound. And they kick off with Watcher of the Skies, and then they, this is kind of around Selling England by the Pound era,
Right.
which is 73, I think. And it's just so impressive.
Gabriel had those great outfits too.
Yeah, oh yeah, he was batshit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would have loved to have seen Foxtrot era Genesis live. I think that and Selling England are probably two of my favourite. Although Nursery Crime is kind of up there as well.
Trick of the Tail, but that's
That's post Gabriel, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, personally, Gabriel, great singer. I
I'm happy with
loved
either.
him as a solo artist.
Mm.
I loved it. In the Genesis days, for some reason, I don't know.
It took me a
But-
while to get into Genesis era Gabriel.
Yeah.
Because I think I kind of got introduced to them properly when they were a 3-piece.
Yeah.
And when I was aware of Gabriel, and I always thought it was a little bit odd, and so I don't think I really sort of warmed to it much. But over time, it just became to the point where I would rather listen to Nursery Crime or Foxtrot or
I mean,
Selling
Foxtrot.
England than I would,
Yeah.
Invisible Touch or.
Oh no, Invisible Touch. I mean, you're talking when they were. No, at that point, it's a different Genesis.
Yeah. It's
So-
a good album,
poppy.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
It's
good album.
very good. It's very good, but
Yeah.
it's a different Genesis than before. I mean,
Yeah.
up to A Trick of the Tail is a fucking good album, but it's a Tony Banks album, right? They
Yeah,
were
yeah.
all Tony Banks songs, right? And Madman Moon, oh, fuck,
Mm.
how good is that song? And Skunk and everything else, but
Yeah, I can see
Madman
Gabriel in
Moon
about
was- I love
2.5 weeks. I can't wait.
Yeah, I was gonna say because he's
Oh, really?
Yep.
it's
Well,
a
you
good
better
show,
do a
mate. It's a
review.
really good show.
Expensive as hell though, with all the parking fees and the extra fees and the fees and.
Yeah, fees. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, get
And
there
the
a little
viewing
early so you
fees.
can watch the clock. You got to watch the clock.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah,
That's what I heard. Yeah.
it's just like okay. But
Unfortunately, I'm way in the back up in the high tier, but I always bring binoculars so I can see
yeah,
what's
you'll
going
be
on.
all right.
so-
You'll see the clock. It's not a small thing.
It's going to be a big clock.
It is a
It's
big.
like Flavor Flav.
Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
bigger.
No, there was a video I saw about that clock. Yeah.
It's a great show. It's
I purposely didn't watch anything about it because I wanted to be surprised. So that's
Of course.
good.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's a really good show. That it's one of those great shows where the music is absolutely the feature, and the staging of it is simple yet very effective. In terms of the way they use the lights and various bits. But yeah, it doesn't detract from anything, but it's super impressive.
Yeah, I don't go to a boatload of concerts, but he's all the one I always wanted to see in general because he puts on a really good overall show.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's absolutely.
It's not just a band playing; it's a whole spectacle. So
But even the band, the band is so good.
yeah,
Manu Katché on drums is always
Sure.
just an absolute joy to behold. And then of
Tony
course,
Levin,
Tony Levin,
yeah.
Tony Levin.
Was
is
Tony's
great.
going to be playing? Yeah.
Yeah, Tony plays. David, it's the band. It's
Oh, wow.
Manu, David Rhodes, Tony Levin, and then the people he's got on this tour that replaced. Because on the last tour he got she was a Norwegian girl. She was really good.
did they ever play with Larry Fast again, or that ended a long time ago?
Yeah, I don't think Larry
Yeah.
or even, people like Larry or Marotta haven't played
Yeah.
since the early '80s. I don't think.
I'm sorry, Larry Fast of Motorhead?
Synergy.
Oh.
No, Synergy. Yeah, Larry
Same
Fast
name.
is.
Yeah. Audion.
Yeah. No, it's a superb. I'm hoping that they've done the same. I don't know which show they would have recorded, but I'm hoping they've recorded it because it's one that I want to watch again. Yeah, how does Manu Katché manage to play so many notes? And the thing is, Manu Katché is that type of drummer is that it's more impressive what he doesn't play. He leaves so much space in there, and he puts stuff around the space. It's a weird concept, but it really is. He's such.
So if he didn't
Just-
turn up, he'd be fucking amazing.
He is just an incredible. Just an incredible. Actually, no. Look, let me test my one button.
Oh.
Needs a bit
Oh,
of
you
fade.
mixed all
I
three.
think. Yeah, mix all three onto one button. Only problem is, some are longer than the others, so that the bell will run out shortly. He said.
Well, yeah, we'll place it shortly.
Put it on loop.
No. There. So the bells run out, but the crickets and the wind carry on going. So if I press the button to stop, it stops the wind and the
Fires
crickets.
the bell up again.
But it fires up the bell again. But then I press the button to stop the bell.
Is this Stream Deck? Is this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I have to do is edit the sound so they're all the same length. Eventually they'll run out.
And that's the appreciation of the Stream Deck.
Personally, I didn't think the joke was that bad, but there you
It was good, actually.
Oh, that wind really getting up in
go. Yeah, it's really getting for it, isn't it? You need Gaviscon.
Holy shit.
These should be stopping.
Don't know about
Play some Blade Runner Blues with that.
Yeah.
Oh, Blade Runner.
Okay, it's been like a minute.
Maybe they
Must be stuck.
Yeah, the crickets are on loop.
No, they're not. That's the thing. They're not on a loop. They're supposed to stop. There you go. I've just
there you
stopped. That was me stopping it. Let's do that. Yeah, we'll do that.
Kent is waiting.
What's he waiting for?
Crickets and wind.
All right.
Sound effects. Perfect.
Yep.
Oh dear.
The comedy quatuor. Yeah.
Have
There
you
we
ever
go.
retired a human by mistake?
No.
Yeah, several
No,
times.
No,
Not by
I check me
mistake.
paperwork first, love.
He'll be right back.
Tea.
Oh, excuse me. That reminds me.
Every 2,000 cups of coffee, I have a cup of tea. Happy birthday, tea. There we go.
Yeah, I'm still annoyed when they made him a replicant at the end of the director's cut.
Yeah.
It's like, don't do that shit.
Just,
Come on.
just
It's all a dream, too,
leave
right?
it open. Just leave it open.
Yeah.
Have
Well,
you
then he
ever
shot that
retired-
footage from Legend, and he goes, see, I'm going to tie in that whole unicorn thing. You'll see. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I have.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, man, do you have to do some training as in testing or sampling the opioids?
Hey, you know, I said Manny sent over the final versions, and then he popped up in chat on Friday night. I said, "Yeah, absolutely." Guess what? But apparently, he's now dismantled everything to remove temptation.
Ah. Yeah, you're never finished, just abandoned, right? So.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a good, and if you guys heard about it or seen it, but there's a pretty good miniseries on Netflix about the opioid crisis and the goddamn people involved and pushing it on the American
Is that
public.
the one with Matthew Broderick?
I think so, yeah.
There was a better one that was done before that with Michael Keaton.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it was on Disney, or one of the affiliate things, and it's darker, much darker.
Sure.
But it's based on a true story.
Yeah.
And it
pretty
really,
terrible.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean, it focused on, was it Purdue, the drug company?
Yeah, I think so. Purdue. Yeah. It's really terrible because, of course, everyone who doesn't know the story wants to blame stuff coming across the border from Mexico. That's the common political bullshit. It's like, no, it's an internal matter. We did it to ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
Stop blaming the Mexicans. Now, fentanyl's a different thing. But
Oh, yeah.
the legal opioids that they were pushing on people with just back pain and simple injuries and stuff just totally fucked people over. I had a friend who went through addiction and treatment several times because it's so terrible. Awful. People think, oh, they're just stupid addicts. I'm like, they don't understand how addiction works and how the companies push it on the dirty doctors and all that stuff. The cute girls being the pharmaceutical reps and
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, that was the wrong note.
Did you guys kick me out?
No?
Okay.
Yeah, you
No,
never
no.
don't leave your phone on the bar.
Sorry, I don't know. I came back at nothing. So I said,
No, that
well,
was
you
going
don't
quite
love
well.
me anymore.
I hate that when you sort of like spontaneously writing something and it seems to be going quite well, and then you play this absolute what is the worst note you could play to this particular chord, and go twang, like they go, oh, it's gone now.
So you mean every song I ever wrote?
Yeah. Yeah, every song I ever wrote. That's what I actually come to think of it.
But then I left them on the album anyway. But, Hey Rob, you were telling the story of how you talked to Prince,
Oh, yeah.
and that was pretty
Well, I didn't
fucking
really
interesting.
Talk to him, but yeah.
I'm sorry.
I
Are
didn't
you
really
what?
kind of talk to him, but
Well,
mumbled.
yeah,
In
well,
his,
no, because
in his
I
direction.
have a story about meeting him also twice.
Oh, right.
I'm really dying to share it because it was pretty fucked up. So when he had a house in Toronto because he married a girl from Toronto, and that house was in a part what it's called the bridal path. And I'd never seen any brides every time I was there, but I don't know why they called it that. But there was a lot of horses, and thanks, Kev. Boom, boom. Yeah.
And you was going there, and yet it was still funny when you got there.
Thanks. I'm that fucking predictable, right? Yeah, okay. So anyway, no, I mean, in those days I was biking like 200 kilometers a week. I was like in shape, not as you see me today. 2004, 5, 4 probably, yeah. And so I was biking in that neighborhood, and then 35 degrees, sweaty, hot. And then I just stopped. I passed a kid, who's walking on the sidewalk, and I stop. And I'm just like, drinking water and trying to cool off. And that kid stops. It's not a kid. Well, I'm a teenager. It's Prince. He goes, pretty hot to be biking. I go, yeah. Oh, you're Prince.
Yeah. Oh, you're...
He goes, yeah. But he was wearing like, yeah, but he was like wearing a tracksuit, but with.
Sure, he wasn't saying you're pretty hot to be biking.
Well, maybe that's what he said. It just didn't
Was it
I
purple?
mean, is this hot? No, it's not. And so, but then, no, and then, but the weirdest part, he was wearing a tracksuit with heels because he always wore heels. But anyway, so I mean, we talked for like 15 minutes, something like that, and then and we talked about everything. Living in Toronto, basically, that's what it was. Like it just like I was talking to Prince, just a guy living in Toronto, and he liked the city and all of that, and then a few weeks later, I'm biking in the same place, and there's no one walking on the street. I stop again, drinking water. Then he stops and he goes, "You again?" Yeah, and I was like, "I'm not stalking you." I seriously, I was like, "I'm not stalking you." And he goes, "No, it's all right." He laughed. It's all right. And we talked about keyboards. And anyway, yeah. But that's my story about Prince. And
Cool.
it was like
What did he tell you his favorite keyboard was?
the Oberheims. He
Yeah.
loved the Oberheims. Yeah, and not the DX7.
He loved his DX7.
He loved the DX7, but he loved the Oberheims more. Because I had a DX, I still do. I have a DX7.
Everyone.
And
Yeah, you do.
you don't. Well, what are you doing here
I'll
then?
probably have actually thinking about it.
You probably have one
No,
somewhere.
you do have a DX7 because
It's one
I
of the
brought
bathrooms
fucking
somewhere.
thing back to you about a month or so ago.
Yeah, but that's your DX7.
No, that's your DX7.
How's it my DX7?
Well, it was broken. You said, "See what you can do with that." So I see I did what I did with it as much as I could, and brought it back to you.
Did you? Oh, okay. That one.
I've got a DX7.
It's right there.
Kill
Hey.
fucking surprise.
Oh, he had to bring in the Mark 1?
Yeah, I've got a Mark 1, Mark 2.
What's the
FD.
difference?
What's the difference between the Mark 1 and the Mark 2?
Yeah,
Oh,
is one
don't
more
make me-
brown than the other.
No, actually, one's more black than the other.
Yeah, no
That
shit.
makes
And
more
it's
sense.
The Mark 2
bitimbral.
is black. Mark 2 is
Yeah.
bitimbral. Mark 2, potentially, depending on the version you got, had a disk drive.
I have
16-bit DA converters.
Yeah, got that. And it sounds fucking amazing.
Polyphonic unison.
Yeah.
Third slider. So you have 2 CS sliders.
More
Yep.
bells per square inch.
More bells per square inch, but not enough cowbell.
Oh, plenty of cowbell.
Well, there's never enough cowbell. Ever.
But anyway, so that's my Prince story, and
Nice.
Wow.
we share a Prince story. Wow.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
I mean, when my wife pointed him out behind me, I was just like, oh my God. And your mouth just goes,
Yeah.
I was like that when I met Jim Gilmore the first time.
who?
Jim
No,
Gilmore.
seriously, who? Jim Gilmore.
He plays keyboards for Saga. And the first thing I said to him was like, I play keyboards because of you. And he goes, don't fucking blame me.
They did have some good sounds on their tracks, I have to say.
Oh yeah. So I know two of the first keyboard player, who's like a very good friend of mine, and then Jim Gilmore. And Jim,
Did you ever meet the guys from Loverboy?
I met the singer once.
Mike Reno? Yeah.
Mike. I was at a private concert with him. Oh wow, he was playing. It's a private concert, and I was invited for some fucking reason. And I mean, he played.
Did you give a shit about Almost Paradise?
I know. The only thing, I mean, have you ever seen Mike Reno? He's like 9
tall, right?
meters
Yeah,
tall.
Yeah.
And he's big. He's a big guy. And all I could say was like, you still have a great voice. That's
Big guy with
the
a small
only
voice.
thing I
Yeah,
said.
so.
Oh, he has still, I mean, in those days, still had a great voice.
Well, it's high. It's high register.
Yeah, but I mean, even like someone like Geddy Lee, who's sang very high, can't sing that high anymore.
Yeah.
And Simon Le Bon, who could never sing high. But
Poor Simon.
I mean, seriously. I mean,
I know.
it's a it's a lyric driven band, really.
Well, I
You
remember when
can't.
Simon, they had to cancel one of their tours years ago where he had like torn his vocal cords or something like that. I'm like, really? Because does he strain that hard when he sings? I can't tell,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. So, but anyway, yeah, Mike Reno is he's just like it's like Shrek on stage, and
Wow.
yeah.
hard to tell from the videos.
No, I know, but he is like a really, really big guy, and but he sings fucking amazing. Anyway, there we go. All right,
It's
I'm
another
done
Canadian
talking.
band from that time period.
Yeah,
What's another one you can think? I can't think of any other ones right there back then.
but Saga. I mean, Saga. Come on.
Saga, this Loverboy, of course, his Rush
Loverboy.
was already there. Who else is?
Yeah. Yeah. Who else?
I can't think of any other ones.
From those days,
Yeah.
that would be well, from the 80s, Platinum Blonde. No, okay. Crickets.
Heard the name, but don't know if I know the songs.
Yeah, they sounded very British for the days.
What? Cool blimey. Cool blimey.
Gall bladder.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you know, Mary Bobbins?
From the 80s, the Spoons. No, they're not that big. I don't know. Oh, Honeymoon Suite. Okay.
There were a couple like soft metal bands back then, weren't there?
Gerald the Mountie and his Moose Orchestra.
That was us.
Yeah, it's popular. Popular, man.
The Dudley Do Right Trio. So.
Totally do right.
I'll save you now.
Yeah, it's sad that we're known for the Mounties and Moose. It's fucking sad.
Well,
man.
I love the Monty Python joke about the guy being a mounted policeman with a difference.
Okay. Celine Dion, you know that name. I worked for her, so you
I hate to
fucking
say I
that
know
name.
that name. I can't stand her, but yeah.
Well, I worked for her,
She
so
ever done to you?
there's nothing I can say wrong about her. She's one of the nicest person I've
She's a
ever
good
met in my
person. I
life.
just don't like her output.
Oh, no, me neither. But still,
Is that a metaphor, Andy?
Kind of.
well, she only output it for her manager.
Well, her husband went through all of her damn money. That's why she had to go back to recording. It's pretty sad.
Wow.
He was like a gambler.
Oh yeah. No, but she has money still, and she did a lot of good things here as well. But anyway, she opened a chain of restaurants that you could buy a meal for 5 cents.
Really?
Yeah.
What was it called?
Nickels.
Yeah, never heard of that.
Yep.
Cheaper than Tim Hortons.
Oh, a lot, and you had a meal like
Yeah.
like 5 cents. Yeah. I was not on stage. I just want to say, I worked with her, but I was not on. I was a crew slut,
Oh, really?
and I was like a roadie and do the follow spot. But yeah, but very nice person, very very nice.
Yeah.
It's
So
a
what do you
shame
think
what's
of
happening
the
to her.
partnership between DHL and Coldplay?
It
God.
fucking sucks, man.
When I was in France, the only TV channel that was English language was BBC News, which is like basically the old world service type thing. And every 10 minutes, they ran that DHL Coldplay advert with the lady that's driving the truck who's just singing Yellow, and then it eventually blends into them. Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, really? I haven't seen that.
Oh, it's just on and off. I
So
mean,
does
I
that mean
liked
they're gonna-
Coldplay back then, but
A lot of
Yeah,
bands sell out eventually, so.
But if DHL are doing their tour, how many of their gigs are going to get cancelled because they've either Was
They're
it
late.
dropped it, lost it?
Yeah, right. I'm not a fan of the deliveries here either.
Yeah. What's it?
Occasionally get some stuff
I
from them.
can't
'cause they have-
remember what Fiona called them.
They're
Was it
headquartered in
drop-
Germany, right? Is it?
They're out of Deutsche Post.
That's it.
Yeah.
Drop it, hide it, lose it. That's it.
Although FedEx is famous for throwing shit over the walls and at front doors and stuff. So
Yeah. Do you know what? We found that they seem to take it in turns. You know, for a while DHL were awful, and then for a while FedEx are awful, and then the post office is awful.
But UPS are always awful.
No, I've had our UPS driver. He is great. He's a lovely guy, and they're very prompt, and everything arrives at the moment.
Yeah.
But Hermes is consistently shit.
Oh yeah. Well, they're not Hermes anymore. They're Every, aren't they? But
Yeah,
yeah.
every shit now instead of Hermes
Still,
shit.
yeah, it's still the same piece of shit with a different jacket on. So.
Yeah.
So I wonder when someone ships a CS80 to you, Kent,
Yes.
do they say, come pick it up from the van because it's too fucking heavy?
Of
Or,
course they do. Yeah. Or the
Okay.
car. Or the car.
or the car? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, Robbie, you're saying Hermes logo should be the wing shoes with shit on them?
Yeah, Hermes were. I mean, I think the parent company, I think, might still be called Hermes something, but they were absolutely the worst. We had a whole bunch of couriers kind of start up over the last sort of 5 or 10 years. There was Hermes was one, Yodel was another.
Yeah.
And they're cheap as fucking chips,
There's
which
a
is why
reason for
everyone
that.
uses them. But the reason they're cheap as chips is because they're useless. They don't have customer service, contact details.
Which is one that drops off at stores and people just walk out with the packages sometimes.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They do that. All of that.
That
kind
one?
of stuff. Yeah. Oh, hang on! I'm being brought alcohol. What's this?
Well, you've made a big hole in my bottle of tequila, so
It's tequila.
It's alcohol. Just
Cheers.
don't ask. Drink it.
There's supposed
He's
to
getting
be
his
a
third
hole.
I need
flight.
to buy some grappa, don't I?
Yeah, there's supposed to be a hole in
I
the
had a
bottle,
couple.
otherwise you can't get the drink out.
Sorry, what? I need to buy some more grappa. I haven't bought grappa in ages.
You need to buy some more grappa. Yes.
You did what to her?
And limoncello, yeah. Okay, yeah.
I'm sure you'll remember tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll wait till next week when it's payday because that fucking shit ain't cheap.
Yeah.
Actually, let's see what the price is. You've seen Trevor Horn's got a new album coming out
Really?
called Echoes Ancient and Modern. He's basically just done cover versions, but he's got singers to come in. So like Seal does Stepping Out, the old Joe Jackson song. Rick Astley does Owner of a Lonely Heart. Mark Armand, actually, I heard this. Mark Armand does a really fairly decent version of Love is a Battlefield.
Yeah.
Iggy Pop does Personal Jesus.
Wow.
Even Toy and Robert Fripp are on it. They do Relax.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it'll either be actually brilliant or shite.
The clips I've heard sound
There's no medium
sound
for
quite
this, is there?
good.
Oh, okay, cool.
At least it's not the fucking orchestral shite.
Ah, don't say that in front of Ty.
There's no, you mean, you know, this whole, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, mid-year, fuck off with your orchestral shite. Stop fucking doing that. Why? Why do that?
Like a
think-
modern version of Mantovani.
It kind of is.
Or it's a modern version of Unplugged.
Yeah, it's just
I
everything.
think I think Ty calls that the Audi R8.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, for him, it's a job that paid him. You know, and
Well,
he
yeah.
got a fucking Live Aid emulator out
Oh,
of it,
the
so-
R8. Yeah, it's a good pay.
But no, I really, yeah, it annoys the shit out of me.
Ah,
I'm with you, Rob.
orchestra shite. Great name for a polka band.
Yeah.
Did you see that post Hans put up on Facebook?
That what?
It looked like it was a meme done by somebody else, but it was actually him. He's talking about his reggae ska album
Oh.
Oof.
that he wants to do with banjo.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, the whole thing was it was just a whole piss take he was doing. Fucking brilliant.
I hope so.
Oh yeah.
Braga. Oh yeah.
Oh. Robert says he's going to bring me a bottle of grappa to Synthfest. Oh,
An empty
Hey.
bottle of
I
grappa.
don't want
There you
an
go.
exchange, but
You have to appear in his OnlyFans. That's only
But,
fair.
yeah,
but no,
where-
no,
where-
but-
wherever you do, it
and-
goes on
and
OnlyFans.
Andy can take my place.
Take one for the team.
Yeah, quite. How much do you love grappa? Well, quite a bit.
Enough.
Enough, yeah.
You have to recreate that famous lemon, whatever it's called, picture with
Oh god.
lemon party is what it is.
Do you know what? I'm going to have to buy a Land Rover just so we can recreate that.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
I
you
can
need-
borrow one. They are easy to break into, aren't they? So.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for that to show up in the show at some point.
What, PSN? Oh, geez.
Yeah, subliminal.
Oh,
in
fuck,
PSA.
Luckily, I haven't uploaded it to the PSN studio.
Just before you introduce a guest.
There you go.
Here's our
You
next
have to do a whole
guest.
series of different cars.
Yeah,
You know,
Yeah.
different
Ladies and
outfits,
gentlemen,
different cars.
Here's
Yeah.
Hans Zimmer.
Or tie with a wig.
Hello, baby.
It's not from me. Someone else said that. And I just can't get it out of my head.
I know, once he's in there, he's there to stay.
Well, now it's officially out there. Longhurst's going to just do that in public now. Everyone knows it. Everyone expects it. So.
But just, I mean, that guy, whoever that guy is, that picture has been out on the internet for at least, I don't know, 15 years, maybe.
Oh, wow.
God, yeah, I can't remember the first time I saw it, but it was a long, long time ago.
As long as he doesn't recreate it.
And you've been
The thing
and
is,
you've been wanking to it. For
Sadly, he
15
committed
years.
suicide 14 years ago. So
so, yeah, like, so many people would have seen that.
No, the Range Rover was in reverse.
It's like, oh, wow.
Ah, yeah.
You're walking down the street. Aren't you the guy? No. Yeah. Jesus, I get recognised. I walked into a supermarket once. You're the guy on the Pro Synth Network. I was like, completely out of fucking nowhere. So he must be getting recognized. You're the guy
Cool.
with the dick up a tailpipe.
Yeah. I wonder, yeah, it probably happens.
If I get it, he must get it.
Yeah. Well, I suppose it's like, oh, you're that wanker off YouTube.
Yeah.
So, blessings
What a
counted.
wanker.
Yeah, what a wanker. Hmm.
So does that 80 have your mod in it, Kent?
Which one?
The one you're playing?
No,
No, which mod?
Oh, I can't remember. The multiple mods? I can't remember the multiple mods.
There's
the
Dynamic
Tease Made
Unison.
Tease made.
Tease made. Yeah. Exhaust port.
That's that.
Picture of Kent in the field with his dick up and CSA.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Oh, someone needs to do
Dressed
that.
as a Japanese schoolgirl.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah. What else? Got so it's got MIDI, Dynamic Unison, the tuning stabilization mod.
How many
it's
boards
got-
you have to put in that thing?
Oh, I put everything that I really need to put in there all on one board.
Oh, okay.
together. So it's multiple systems on one little board to do it. Because there just isn't that much room to work with.
So if someone only wants one or two of those mods, you give them the same board with things turned off, basically.
No, just the bits that they need to make it do it.
Yeah, yeah.
Just to do the bit that they want, you know. So yeah. But yeah, the unison's good. You've got that's your bass note. Cool.
Oh, yeah.
Unison.
Jesus.
Yeah, but it's also dynamic, so you can play a chord. And it splits up all the VCOs, so it's. You can go straight into a chord if you need to, and it just shares them out depending on how many notes you're playing.
Can you do any of that with the Arturia 80?
That's was yeah.
No, they should have consulted me.
Yeah.
I could have given them.
Could be an upgrade.
I could have said, yeah, here's a patch upgrade for you.
Yeah.
Something to go into the firmware.
And then you have royalties forever.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to do with that 40p, but
Put it toward the anaglyph.
yeah.
Yeah.
Classic. Yeah. It's weird how sort of dull the 80 can sound if it isn't going through something.
So you living pretty much on the buttons on the far right or the manual mode? You never use the other presets, right?
The other presets.
Well, it has like, what is it, 8 presets? Or what are the organy presets?
You've got, you know what I have to remember? I think it's 14, isn't it?
14?
6, 8, 10, 12, 14, no, 16, 18, 20, 22. 22 presets.
Mm-hmm.
8. So that's what? 11 per bank. Then you've got 4 memories.
Because you guys are always talking about guitar 1, guitar 2, and...
Yeah, guitar 1, guitar 2.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Oh.
Oh.
Ooh.
New harmonics.
It's very Chinese sounding there.
Sounds like it's on VCO 1. Yeah, it's gone very high. That should fix it. There you go.
Percussive maintenance.
That'll be £1.20, please.
How to fix a CS80. Turn it off, turn it on.
Honestly, I've had this with a guy. He says my 80's broken. Oh my god! Oh. I went, he said, I was using it yesterday and it was fine. And when I came down this morning and tried it out, it was horrible. I said, well, send me a video to see what it's doing. And he goes, oh, it's doing this. And what it was doing was. He says, I've turned everything off and it's still doing it. I looked at the video and went, you've turned everything on. Towards you, it's full on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hang on a minute. Right, okay, hang on a sec. Oh, it's fixed now. Cool, thank you. And this was him doing an in-depth video in how the CS80 worked.
Oh, fuck.
It's on YouTube.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, it's about an hour-long video.
Jeez.
It was like, oh, mate, no, don't do that. Don't.
Did you put a comment on saying you don't know what the fuck you're talking about?
Nah.
It's like those old moron videos in the 80s. Intentionally moronic.
No, but that was not intentional.
No, obviously not. But the output's the same.
Yeah. Now, Kent, do you still have the patches that Vangelis put in your, like, programmed in the left, the open thing? Yes. Now put those, and I would take those and have them put into your DNA, just in
Oh yeah.
case.
Oh, it's down. It's written down somewhere. I see. What I did was measure the resistance of each slider, so I know what each slider would set to.
Yeah.
Only because they're not wonderful sounds as such, but it's whatever he was thinking or doing at the time. But it's the fact that he did it.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I remember the video you made about it. I still
Yeah.
remember that video. And that's like, what, 72 years ago? Something like that? Yeah.
Yeah. I must admit, old was it? I was watching a video on YouTube of a guy talking, telling Robbie about it. Was it the dumbest question ever?
Oh yeah,
Video.
Mr. Geordie Lake.
I just asked you.
No,
Honestly. This guy, if he put his hands in his pockets, wouldn't be able to speak because everything was this.
and
on
you'd think he was
every word.
Italian, but he wasn't. He was a Geordie.
All he needed to do this. You got why spaghetti lad,
Yeah.
That kind of thing. But yeah, but he was talking about the 80, and he was giving out all these details about the CS80 and going, he's read all this off Wikipedia and all of that is wrong. Oh God. Anyway, and I noticed in the column, you may be interested in, if you're watching this, you may be interested in, I don't know, shooting yourself in the fucking head. And then going down, and there was this video, and of course it's the mighty CS80 video. I go, oh yeah, I haven't seen that for ages. And I click on it. Do you know what? That thing's had 250,000 views now.
Crazy.
Wow.
Because old Dave said to me, he said, I went into the studio thing so you could look at the statistics of the video.
Mm-hmm.
He said, and he goes, he said, where I play my track, he goes, there's a big spike like that. I went, yeah, I'm not surprised. It's a lovely track. He said, yeah. He said, but then I got to where you do your track. He says, and it's twice as high, you bastard. I go, why? It just is. He goes, it just is. I said, hey, it's your video. They think it's you anyway. Don't worry about it.
So, did you there is a tenuous CS80 link here. Did you see that DX1?
Oh, yes, I did. Thank you
That's
for
pretty
sending
funny.
me that. It helped me go to the toilet at the time.
So, if anybody didn't catch Ramsey's show, I shared this with him earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this was Tom Carpenter who brought this to my attention.
Prepare yourselves.
Prepare yourselves for this.
Yeah,
Okay.
this isn't a mistake.
I'm sorry, what?
He
And
wants
the shipping's crazy too.
He wants $255,000, 217, for a DX1. He wants 50,000 to ship it.
50,000?
More than the DX1 is worth just to ship it.
Yeah.
Because I must admit, when you sent that to me, and I was sitting on the bog, and you went, check this out. And I went, like that, and I went, yeah. Like that. I went,
That helped.
217 quid. Oh.
Yeah.
And you
it's got
picked up the
H
phone
card
and said,
in it.
Robbie, please bring it back.
Yeah.
But does it have an in it patch?
But the thing is, right, so he's put 4 photos. You'd think if you were selling something that was worth nearly it is. He's asking $250,000.
Yeah.
That picture, that picture, that picture, and that picture.
Yeah.
That's it.
You know what this advert is, don't you?
It's a fucking joke, is what it is.
No. This is very clever.
Is it?
Yeah, this worked for the CS80 as well, remember? Put one up for a ridiculously stupid fucking price. Then when he
People
puts that
think
up for
it's worth
70
that
grand,
much.
somebody will snap it up.
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Listed 2 years ago.
Yeah, no
Yeah.
shit.
But how many views has it had now?
Well, yeah, quite 60. Well,
Only 32
1600.
watchers, it says.
Yeah. And I'm only watching it because I'm just intrigued. But here's the weird thing. Here's the really weird thing that happened last night.
Oh, here we go.
So I looked at this, right? And it's being sold by Galaxy's Merge Studio Direct from Woodbridge, Virginia. And I thought, well, let me read the description on this. And it says, this synth comes with a very unique, not really, you can buy them online, H cards for hundreds of all the best patches, which you can find here. United States shipping is expensive. No shit, Sherlock. And will be done with the continental US only. This DX1 is really in excellent shape for its age, but I conservatively mark it as in very good to excellent condition. Everything works and you get the whole amazing library of sounds on the unique H cards. It's not a huge amount of sounds.
What's an H card really worth?
The pair that you can buy for the DX1 and the DX5 are $389 for the pair.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're good because you get 400 banks per cartridge, and they do come with what is, I believe, the only commercial third-party sound library for the DX1. Third paragraph. This particular unit has the special sound that Tangerine Dream used on Exit, and was also the keyboard I used in near 30 of my feature films. So I'm thinking, hang on a minute.
I think Exit has more PPG on it than this, but yeah.
I'm not familiar with Exit. I'm not, so
Robert would know. He's on chat.
yeah, I couldn't say either way whether that was a DX1 or what that sound was. But I thought, I've used in near 30 of my feature films. So if you've made 30 feature films, I'm thinking, who could this be? Who could this possibly be?
Maybe
It's
he's
Spielberg.
overused. Maybe he's pushed the word feature a little too
Yeah,
hard.
YouTube videos.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, well, is Spielberg a closet synth head? Or is it maybe J.J. Abrams? Because we know he is definitely a synth head.
Yeah, but he's not
And I
an
was-
idiot.
I was intrigued. And this was it was a very coincidental thing. Around the same time, somebody posted in the official Hydrasynth user group, the one that Ken Pierce runs,
Yeah.
and they posted a clip from a review on Sweetwater.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to share this with you because this is what links back to the CS80. Now let me just get rid of that, and we'll add in this. I don't know how clear this will come through on the screen. There we go. So this is from a guy called Aaron Majumdar
Yeah, right.
from Alexandria, Virginia.
Okay.
Virginia.
Hello.
On February the 20th, 2022, his music background is film, professional, and records. I have to write this review. I'm a real CS80 owner under the name Galaxy's Merge. And then I went, oh, Galaxy's Merge. Oh. On YouTube. And I have had the Hydrasynth for a few weeks. And I'm absolutely blown away. Who is going to be the next Vangelis? ? They will do it with the Hydrasynth Deluxe. There you go, Kent. You're going to be the next Vangelis.
Already
There is nothing my vintage CS80 cannot do to surpass the capability of a Hydrasynth Deluxe. The Deluxe model is that good. I am sure Yamaha is cringing. Their managers are shouting at their engineers, but the old guys are dead and gone. It is a miracle of passion that a girl from Toronto, Canada, there you go, even Jeff gets included, could fuse together the East and West into a wonderful instrument and company as the ASM Hydrasynth. If you think you know what is expressive in a synthesizer, you must have this. Stop drooling at the CS80. I already own one, and I can tell you that the Hydrasynth is all that and more. If I get enough requests, I may even do a comparison. But this instrument is super. Get one now before you get hit with supply chain problems. Polyphonic pressure, polyvelocity, assignability to everything, range, quality and quantity, 16 voices. You get it all. Sound design, creative presets, and that super wow factor is all there. So I then thought, well, let me go and see. Let's see if we can find Galaxies Merge on YouTube, and I'm sure maybe some people in the chat have already gone there. And let me just bring up. So I'm expecting some incredible.
I love how he has to be convinced to do a comparison video. Just do a goddamn comparison video.
Yeah. So
This is excellent work, Holmes.
I know. So I found a channel called Galaxies Merge, and it is here. So this is Galaxies Merge, and he has 2 videos where he's playing a CS80 14 years ago. So he may do a comparison video. He already did, because the date on that review. But yeah, so should we have a listen?
Can you see the mod panel in these videos by any chance?
Let's just get rid of the adverts.
Oh, he left. Oh, he's back.
Right.
Okay.
Back in the old days, I learned that you had to use the panel to match the sounds by moving these until they match the panel, but I always did the reverse. I'd forget about the panel and simply go to these analog memories first, and that would really cut down the time it took me to program the sounds I wanted on my 4 analog memory banks. I've designed a sound on the panel, and I'm going to play it for you. It has full touch sensitivity, and this is probably the monster performance analog synthesizer, so I hope you enjoy this and get to see the kinds of things that you can do with it.
And it goes on like that for a while. But then there was another channel that I found that was under his actual name, Aaron. What did I say? Aaron Majumdar.
Did you IMDb him?
No, I actually. That's really good.
Well, 30 feature movies.
I know. Well,
Direct to video.
The complicated thing is that Aaron Majumdar is also the name of a very esteemed scientist, and so you have to kind of cut through the crap to get to find our genius guy. Apparently, he's a bit of a whiz with AI and ChatGPT, allegedly. But it's just it's very strange, very weird. I'm actually going to go and do an IMDb search. Let's do that. Just weird.
It's adult entertainment on IMDb.
Aaron.
Actually, it is. You can find porn stars on there.
Of course.
Yeah. It's movies.
Hey.
Said Andy,
Future,
who's done extensive research.
Of course. Can't be a proper wanker without your research.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, Andy, you and I, we watch porn for the music, right?
Plus, I worked at a video store in the 80s when I was surrounded by porn. I mean, it was crazy.
Arse Hammer by Hans Zimmer.
I love the guy who come up with the pile, just like in that Woody Allen movie where he has a pile of normal magazines and he puts the adult one underneath to be more subtle about it. I was like, the couple would bring up sometimes a whole stack of dramas and then a couple of porns. I go, oh, that's a really good one.
Oh, I've got an Aaron Majumdar who started. Did he say? Yeah, he was. There was a Canadian thing there, wasn't there? Aaron Majumdar started in the heyday of the music business in Montreal, working for well-known studios. Following his work in the era of MIDI music and analog recording, he moved into post-production work in the film business in Montreal, and had worked with all major post-production studios, all of them.
He's a keyboard tech for Saga.
In the early 1990s, he met and formed a partnership with Steve Gurman, and helped build.
Steve Gurman?
Apparently, who's that?
Okay, someone I know. Someone I used to know.
Wasn't that a song by some guy?
No, it's
somebody I used to know. Yeah. This is him. This is him because.
Ian, it's him.
It's me.
Well, it's Ian. Yeah. In the mid-90s, Aaron chose to move. So chose to move to a different but equally exciting career in computing. He founded Vivo Mind Intelligence in the USA. Aaron is also known by his other name, Galaxy's Merge, which is a studio in Alexandria, Virginia, that he runs with his wife, Windy Joy. Windy Joy.
That sounds so fucking porn.
That's a good porn name, yeah.
The Galaxy's Merge LLC studio is a modern and state-of-the-art with a 72-channel console and vintage gear such as the CS80 to modern classics like the Moog 1 and Schmidt 8 voice, including a 112 module mod can.
Windy Joy is the tailpipe.
Windy Joy is the other name for Tub Girl. So
yeah.
Aaron is founder of artificial intelligence companies and core 5G networking infrastructure technologies. I think Aaron's a deluded freak.
Yeah, you have to get badges made up for your Range Rover called Windy Joy. Puts anal into analog.
Hey, Jeff, put your blonde wig on. You could be Windy Joy.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, no, I miss Piggy. Sorry.
That's brilliant. Put the anal into analog. Who is Legacy Hand? I don't know, but you deserve a round of applause. I think we should give you.
Give him a hand.
There we go. Yeah, give him a legacy hand.
Oh, that is
good. He's getting the whole lot there. He's getting the whole lot.
Wow.
Yeah. I wonder who wrote that biography.
Yeah. Real honest.
Yeah.
And
he's got a Bandcamp site. He's got a Bandcamp site. He's got Bandcamp.
Oh, let's take a look.
Look, this one. That's clever as well.
Hans Rimmers.
That's a good.
Oh, fuck, that's funny.
Well, Hans Rimmer does have a studio. Looks kind of like a brothel. So.
Hi, Ian. By the way.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Ooh,
I'm hi, gentlemen. I can't see anybody in the chat, but.
Are you in the 1940s?
Yeah.
What, me?
Yeah, you sound like, yeah.
Oh, my voice is gone. We've been partying.
You sound like you're from a wax cylinder.
What sort of party?
You've been partying. Did you find a house?
Party, by the sounds of it.
Youngest son's wedding, so we were pulling a few shapes, was Jen and I, and singing the top of our voices. So I've lost my voice.
Sure. Yeah.
But no, it was good. And we left at midnight, and the party is still going on.
Cool.
And it's probably moved on somewhere else now. We know that Josh had organised another venue to go to when it closed at 1:45. So, but no, it's been a good day.
Good stuff.
Did you find a house?
No.
Still hunting. Okay.
Still hunting.
All right. So, Rob, you are looking for his.
I found it. I found the
Oh,
Bandcamp page.
put it up, please.
You're quite the internet detective.
Yeah, no shit.
You're going to have
That's
to
what-
find Exhaust Guy.
That's what I do for a living. So.
Exhaust guy.
There he is. Cineron
Ah.
is the one and only release.
Can we hear one something? Crickets in the wind.
Yeah, I know that preset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that preset. What is that?
And it's a
It's
from
not DX1, that's for sure.
no, it's
No.
it's a free VST actually.
It's Oh, I know that preset. It's
And me too.
it's actually VST from about 10 years ago.
You mean there's no CS80?
Not that opening preset.
Disappointed now. So yeah, Odd
Tasman.
Fellow.
It's from Tasman.
There you go.
Tasman, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, really good VST.
Yeah.
So yeah, 30 feature films.
Yeah.
None listed on his IMDb page.
Hmm. Well, I mean, I have 3 feature released. One is a college movie. The other one is a documentary, and the third one is an unreleased movie because it was so fucking shitty. So, there we go.
But yeah,
I can say 3.
I've got one entry on IMDb.
You do more,
You do.
one more than me.
Stop that screen. Share this one. There he is.
Oh, look at you.
Known for
Known for Songbird.
Yeah.
And if you then go to Songbird, so there it is. There's the film. It's the Michael Bay movie. So you can judge the quality. And you look at the crew.
No, I wouldn't know. I shouldn't really.
Where's the crew? It's the cast. All cast and crew. Yeah. Keep going. Keep going. This is obviously done in order of the credits on the. So music department.
Of importance, isn't it?
Yeah,
True
it's all right.
Slut, Rob.
But look, this is the worst bit. They spelt my fucking name wrong on the credits of the movie.
Oh.
So I had to go in there and sort that out.
Yeah,
God.
Rob, I'll give you one more worse than that, actually. On the album that we made, they spelled my name wrong.
Oh, Jesus.
On my own fucking album.
That's bad.
So,
Anyway, 217,000. So I told my wife last night, I said, yeah, you know that synthesizer, the big one that sits in my room? Some idiot on Reverb is selling one for 217,000. And she goes,
sell it for 200.
Buy a house.
yeah, she said, we could buy a house with that. I said, no, we can't.
That's a good
2
cash
reasons.
down.
1, it's not mine. 2, it would never sell for 200,000 in a million fucking years.
Yeah,
You
but
say
if
it's
it
not
did,
yours. Whose is it, Rob?
if it did, we could split it.
We could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, it's true.
Who does it belong to? Mr. Spong.
Technically, well, only technically it belongs to me.
Well, you know,
But
possession apparently is 9/10 of the law.
but
So it's
there
mine.
must be a statute of limitation on that.
Yeah, 6 months. After 6 months, you can do what you like.
It's been here 6
I'm
months,
lying,
isn't it?
obviously.
Yeah, you own it now.
I own it. It's now mine. Yeah. There we go. So when the cops come knocking at the door, no, honestly, it isn't mine.
It's just nice to be able to open my legs on the toilet downstairs.
Yeah.
There's always a positive.
Well, we're going to sell some of your stuff once I get down south.
Oh, good man.
I'm going to come round. We're going to sort out what, and we'll sort a deal out. We'll flog some of it.
Well, who's paying for the skip?
You are, mate.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Oh, bugger. I've got a flu jab tomorrow morning.
Have you?
Yeah.
What time?
Range Rover kind.
9
10 to
o'clock.
11.
Oh,
I better not
10
be
to
here too
11.
much longer.
Yeah. I got a guy picking up a CS80 tomorrow morning. That's the one we got to lift into that very tall flight case.
Oh, Jesus.
And he wants to test it before he takes it. That's fair to
Oof.
That's fine. It's just like, do you really? Can you test it when you get home? It's much better for me.
So is that number 602?
Oh God, I'm five something or other. I can't.
Yeah, can't have them test it where it is right now, so it doesn't get shifted around and change.
Yeah, we see it's
Yeah,
going
that's
to
it now.
it's going to a big flight case on wheels. It'll be fine when it gets there. That's why I actually want them to play it before they take it anyway.
yeah.
So they knew it was all done when they took it. So it's up to them. It's up to them how they want to get it home. So it should be all right in that flight case. Actually, it's quite well padded inside. It's just so fucking big. Well, you saw it, didn't you, Rob? Out on the decking.
I did.
That massive, great big bloody thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the flight case we've got to get it into. But when you open it up, it's all mounted inside, so you have to lift the 80 up and put it in.
Yeah.
Oi. But it's nothing compared to when we moved that GS1. I'm not looking forward to that.
The GS1 seems to be the bane of your life, really.
Well, it kept throwing me curveballs. I mean, it's nice that it's done now, but it was just, oh God, you'd have this problem that you just couldn't fix, and then you fix it and you go, brilliant, it's fixed. You put it all back together and then find that by fixing that, you're now affecting the system further along, and now that doesn't work properly. And we were just chasing faults for a year. Fucking year. Put about 2,000 quid worth of parts into it now.
Wow.
So, but they'll be happy when they get it back, no doubt. So, cool. So, we'll have this big space in the front room we won't know what to do with. Might be somewhere to stand in with as I build it, I suppose.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, I've got the hospital on Monday as well. Jesus Christ.
Good God.
Hospital?
What, the whole building?
I've got 3 hospital visits in the space of a month.
It's not like you're falling apart, man.
I know. I've got Monday is a visual field test, and then I've got
So that's a driver's license gone. Okay.
yeah. Then I've got an MRI scan.
Yeah.
On the 22nd.
That's a brain gone. Okay.
On my head, yeah, on my head. Was it? They said MRI head and MRI orbits. So basically, my
testicles.
Eyes
Okay.
Do my eyes, and then there's another one. I can't remember when that is. It might be November actually, where I've got to sit in a hospital all day, but only go and see a doctor every 2 hours so they can check the pressures of my eyeballs. So that'll be.
Yeah, so you and I, we have diabetes. Are you so glaucoma?
Glaucoma. This is
Yeah,
glaucoma.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mother, for glaucoma.
Yeah.
So,
The gift
but
that
they
keeps
caught
on
it
giving.
very early. That's the good thing, is that because she had it, we get annual free eye tests, so they can catch it early, and they caught it early. So,
Well, they're free at the moment.
well, no, they're supposed to be free for life for
Yeah.
glaucoma patients.
Yeah.
Same here.
They weren't counting on a Conservative government, were they?
Well, this is true.
No, that's true.
Hell bent on getting rid of the NHS.
Sold it off, haven't they?
A little bit of
We
politics
just don't
there, a
know
little
about
bit of
it yet.
politics.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Mm.
Although I think it was Tony Blair's government that started selling it off, and the Tories just continued.
Yeah, but they definitely knew how to press the accelerator down, didn't they?
They did.
So this is why you've seen so many private health insurance adverts on TV all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that a lot on the Sky F1 stream. Yeah.
At one time a day, I mean, Booper was about as big as it ever got, wasn't it?
But you know what, Rob? I got a tooth pulled out today, so it's not that bad.
At least you got a dentist. We haven't got them here.
Well, you got a Mustang as well.
No, I have a Mercedes.
Oh, because my Mustang took three of mine out. Took 3 of mine out, one go. Didn't cost a penny.
Yeah.
I have to pay for my fucking dentist appointments, but anyway.
No, I'm lucky.
Donald Trump sucks.
I've got
Donald
an NHS
Trump is the
dentist.
fucking worst ever. Gotta go pee. See you in a minute. Don't fucking kick me out this time.
We didn't
wankers.
kick you
Right,
out.
right.
We didn't kick you out.
Yeah, I don't believe that for a second.
I'm so going to kick him out. Oh, is he still here?
Oh, hello. Hello, madam.
Fiona crawling round on hands and knees.
Yeah. Hello, Fiona. Yeah. Hello, baby. Come on.
Oh, dear.
Come and say hi. Hello.
I better go to bed.
Hello, sweet girl.
It's time 1:20.
Yeah,
Get
I'm
up
going
at
to have to
9:30.
knock on here soon. If I've got this guy in the morning, I've got to be pretty compass mentis to drag one of those 80s around.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
One of those days.
Use a cart though to move that, don't you?
No, this thing's in a massive flight case, but we have to get it into the flight case.
No.
But I have to take the flight case round the back of the house and up to the front, and then we bring the 80 through because the thing's too big to take through the house.
Wow.
Here you go, Kemp.
What's that, Dave?
Mandy's asking if we should bring his work instruments when he's in the UK.
Yeah, how many drills have you got?
He has a pump drill he's bringing with him.
Yeah.
Old school.
Drill.
You know those ones they use for digging up the road? One of them.
Yeah.
That'll work. Yeah, my sister's
Nice tooth extractor, looks like a hay bale hook. Just pull it right out.
my sister's a hygienist. She's I never thought she'd go into dentistry. Weirdly.
My grandfather was in it, and it was like just torture back then. So all the implements he had left over, and all the pictures of stuff.
Oh yeah.
In fact, he was pre-med for a while. Something happened. He had to go to dental school instead. But he has a famous in our family, a picture he posed with his friends in medical school.
Yeah.
Of just piles of parts of cadavers. The most gruesome picture. And they're just like, there's like a couple heads, couple bodies. It looks like a serial killer.
God.
Medical school was different
Yeah,
back then.
he told you he was a dentist.
Well, he was a dentist in the army. So there you go. He's like a Mangala, right? So.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose I better go.
It's only 1:30.
Really?
Good God.
Yeah, but I've got to say I've got to go and get my jab and then come back here, cook a barbecue, and then upload all of Manny's stuff to all of this. And create backups and contingencies and redundancies.
Really?
Well, I've got to make sure that I've got some sort of backup in case I don't get the second TX816 that I've been sort of promised, because it hasn't turned up yet. So I need to make sure that I've got all of Manny's sounds. I have to load them all into the TX816, one module at a time.
Yeah.
And then luckily the QX1 has a bulk save feature in its thing, so I can extract all of the voices from the TX816 into a single file that I can then zip back or send back to the TX816 in one step rather than 8 steps. So I've got to do all that and prep it and test it and make sure it works okay.
Does each one have the same memory as the DX7, or is it more presets?
No, it's still 32 presets.
Still, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but the TX, you have the MIDI module with that.
The what?
The
With
TX8,
what?
the TX8.
TX816. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's eight modules.
Yeah. No, because I had one, and yeah. So you're having a problem with it?
No. I've just got to prepare it for Synthfest, where Manny and I are doing a demonstration. So
Yeah, I'm sorry. I came in mid conversation. Sorry.
I had to buy that,
Ah.
which is 8x8,
Yep.
so I can connect the QX1.
Oh
to
no
the-
no! If you have the MIDI module with that,
What MIDI module?
so you have a TX816, you have one input, and it distributes everything to the rest.
Yes, but if you
So
want
you-
to play them individually, you have to address them individually through the MIDI input on the back.
Well, yeah, but you could, but
No,
that's
There's
no, you
no
you
but.
different. No.
The MIDI on the front.
No, because different channels,
You could use different MIDI channels,
which is the best way to do it, because
but then when you play it, you've got to then set your keyboard up to transmit over 8 different MIDI channels whilst you're playing the keyboard.
Yeah.
Or the sequencer. Yeah. No, it's much easier just to get a cable and address them all individually.
You could. Yeah, sure.
I do.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It's two different ways to get the same result. Yeah.
Yeah, it's much easier to just address each MIDI.
He was dying to buy that cable.
That's why.
Yeah, all 100.
It's very satisfying connecting the cable up.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to play a patch that uses all 8 modules at the same time, go in from the front.
Yeah.
But if you're sequencing 8 different tracks,
same thing,
but much more complicated.
Yeah, because that's what I do with my virus. It's just one cable in and 16 voices. So.
I mean, it's okay. Either way, we'll end up to the same thing.
Yeah.
Basically, they're saying you're an idiot, Robbie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the two of us are saying that.
You fool! What were you thinking?
Well, the options are there, so explore the options. It's fine.
The reason that the
Spend
QX1
money,
has
who
8
cares?
MIDI outs is because the TX816 has 8 MIDI ins.
Yeah.
But the way I used mine was like, I 2 modules would be the same sound, pan, hard left and hard right.
Mm-hmm.
So I ended up with 4 DX7s basically.
So there are 8 modules for the synths, and there's a MIDI module, and there's another module, or how many
Yep.
modules total? In the
No,
thing?
it's all in the same. So 8 DX7s basically
Yeah.
with a MIDI module that spread
MIDI
everything. Yeah.
So there are 9 modules total in a full.
No, there's no. You've got the TX rack, which has the power supply and a MIDI in, out, and through that goes to all modules.
Yeah.
The MIDI rack. Yeah.
And then you have 8 TF1 modules that sit in, and then each on the back of those you have one audio output and
Yep.
one MIDI input,
But yeah.
and
And they were noisy
Through.
as fuck.
not these ones.
Really? Good for
Yeah,
you,
been
man.
serviced. Been serviced.
Ah.
New power supply, completely rebuilt from scratch. So yeah, no noise.
2 thumbs up.
Yeah. Mr. Synth Prof did all that. The only thing I'm missing off of my one is the escutcheon around the power switch. So it's a little wobbly. Because the power switch is a little button on the front, but behind it is a rod about that.
Oh, those kind of things. Yeah.
So the power switch wobbles at the front because the little ring, the escutcheon, is missing on this one. But there you go.
Like a grommet kind of thing.
Talking of DX7s,
Oh, wow.
it's
Brooks.
Mr. Andy Brooks.
Shouldn't
Hello.
you be in bed?
Yeah. What time you call this? Way past your bedtime.
Said Ian from the 1940s.
It's 8:30. Yeah.
The Queen announced today.
Yes. Yeah.
He's like those Harry Enfield. Woman, know your place.
We won't stand for it, Mr. Hitler.
Yes.
No. Support your country.
Keep calm and carry on.
Shoot
Do a bunch
it
of
over.
recordings right now. That'd be perfect.
We'll fight through the air.
This
Yeah.
is going to get sampled, you
We'll
know.
fight them on the beaches.
How was
We shall
Grace's
never
DX7?
surrender.
We will fight them in the arcades.
How was
So-
Grace's DX7?
Working, Robbie. Thank you so much. Actually, really, thank you. I mean, I got round. It's, oh, mended it. Yeah, we mended it. Robbie was a great. And you know, some things didn't work, but some things did, and it's all working now. And I was playing it earlier, and it's lovely. Yes, you heard me right. Yes, you did hear me.
So today you like it, tomorrow you hate it again, right? Is that the?
Oh, that'll be fine. Yeah, Andy, I can do that.
So I
it's,
think there's a 24-hour incubation period.
Is that what it is? No, honest, because it was actually. I mean, last week. I mean, we were gutted because we were going to use it on what we did last week, but whatever had happened in this file transfer that Grace was doing, like yours. I think Grace said you suggested that slow down the SysX transfer, and that seemed to work, and it was all working, and she's got a load of really. I mean, let's be honest. Get beyond those bloody awful presets that are in that dratted machine, and start putting in all the things that people have made, and yeah, it was like, oh my god, it can do that. Oh, it sounds. Yeah, you never know, Robbie. I might actually be a convert if you buy a modular system.
Well, there's no chance of that.
Oh well,
Yeah.
fuck the DX7 then. It's gone in the bin.
That's never going to happen.
No, it was. Oh, Grace is in the chat. Yeah, I have video
Hi,
evidence
Grace.
of Andrew rocking the DX. I was rocking it. Yeah, tonight it was great. It was lovely, Grace. It was. We had a lovely time tonight, didn't we? We really did. The hard,
You sang,
the hard-
apparently.
I know. Honestly, you couldn't credit it, could you? Well, if you. The hardware jams challenge was do what you don't normally do, but we've made a habit of doing that anyway. So it was like, what, Grace, what are we going to do? And then it was like, well, I just said to Grace on the phone, I said, you know, I'm going to sing. I'm going to. I've never done that before, so I'm going to sing. Not on a recording. I've never done it, you know. So yeah, we had such a laugh tonight. Honestly, it was such good fun, and I think that comes across in what we've done. And the Grace was playing the Suzuki Omnichord Q chord thing, Absolutely, what a thing!
It's great,
It just
isn't it? I've got one.
yeah, well, it's just mad, isn't it? I mean, we
Yeah,
couldn't get it. We couldn't get it to sync to anything.
No, it doesn't.
It just all.
It's hard. This drum plate has 3 MIDI channels, which is a terrible design. So
Yeah, I always thought the MIDI was really, really poorly
OM200 is good.
implemented. I've got the Q card, the latest one. It's just a pain in the neck is using MIDI on it.
Oh well, we tried and it didn't work, so we ended up having to do everything. It was proper old school. It was everything by hand. So it comes out. It was a bit like a mixture. Well, we said a bit like a mixture of Devo and Blancmange. So we were. So what do we call it? I forgot what we said, Grace. Blamevo. or something ridiculous. Well, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I enjoyed that one a lot.
Are you talking about us?
Yes.
That's what Demonge would be better.
Demonge would, yeah. So,
Are we not men? No, we're a wobbly pudding.
are we not men?
But do you know what? Blancmange is white. Eat white, isn't it?
Yes,
in French.
and it's
Eat
and
white.
Have you ever seen a white one?
No.
Oh, blancmange. Oh,
It's
Yeah,
to do with the egg white, though, isn't it?
yeah. It's just egg white mounted into like
it's
a
to do-
yeah.
Like a baked
Blanc-
Alaskan
Blanc.
kind of? So,
No,
No,
it's just
it's-
like
it's-
egg whites that you put in a blender.
And
And it just
cream and
becomes a
sugar,
mousse.
and it
okay.
it's a sort of a mousse, yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucking
like a
awesome.
soft version of Divinity.
Never liked it.
No,
Yes,
I never
like
liked
yes,
it.
and-
It's
Minging.
horrible.
I didn't like the skin either.
Jelly and
I like the
blancmange.
group. I like the band.
Oh, the
They're
group's great.
And of course, Finley Shakespeare's working with them loads now, isn't he, as well? So
The pudding's rubbish.
Yeah,
puddings are
yeah. It's not like Angel
Said
Delight,
it.
is it?
no.
Angel
Angel
Delight,
Delight's
yeah.
much-
Angle Delight, you mean?
Angle Delight.
Yeah, Angel Delight, yeah.
And on that note, I'm off to bed because I've got to be up for my
All right, Rob.
appointment.
Well,
Oh,
I'll
yes.
follow you soon.
What's that funny shirt you've got on?
Oh, it's my football shirt.
Oh, okay.
He
I
thinks
don't
it's
play football, I just
isn't he?
wear it.
So who do you support?
Lotus.
It means
Is that
nothing to me,
Coventry?
that colour.
Lotus,
Means
come
nothing
on,
to
Lotus.
No, we're sponsored by Lotus and the other one that's on the back. I can't remember. It's
So
security.
what's the
We
name?
don't want to see your
Your
back.
bum's sponsored by
Hymns?
Lotus as well, Ruby. How
Sorry,
did you
what?
manage that?
Is
You
it,
got
is
your
it
bum
Rangers?
sponsored by Lotus.
Is it what? Sorry,
Rangers.
Rangers. No, this is Norwich City.
No, it's,
You remember
they've got a
them?
football thing.
You remember them, you know.
You remember
Sorry.
when
Once
they were in
once
the league?
Mighty Canary.
Isn't that the one that Cilla Black likes? Oh no, not
Who
Cilla
likes
Black.
Cilla Black?
Sorry, Delia Smith.
said
That was
Delia
it.
Smith. She doesn't just like them; she owns us.
Oh, I see. Okay, silly me.
She is at the moment the majority shareholder, but that will change in a few weeks' time because this American guy is buying bits and bits and bits of us.
It's a thing, isn't it?
So what league
That,
are they
that
in?
and Canadians.
Championship.
Right. They're doing all right.
We were until today.
Oh, I see. Right. I
We
mean,
lost 6-2 to Plymouth.
I don't know about football, so
Oh dear.
You were beaten by
neither.
Plymouth.
Plymouth Argyle beat us 6-2.
You are kidding.
wow.
No, it
why
was
is
a
it called
horrible day.
Okay, football question. Why is it called Plymouth Argyle when Plymouth is about as far away from Argyle as you can probably get?
I don't know.
They had letters left over.
Yeah.
There's,
So
there's a
why is it
Plymouth,
called
Michigan
after-
also.
Why is it called after
Well, that's fine.
Stanley?
Plymouth on that side of the world is fine because that's where they landed, isn't it?
I love the Plymouth.
No, that was on the
But
East
they're
Coast.
not in
This is Plymouth, Michigan, the Midwest.
Where's Michigan?
It's right by Detroit.
Yep.
Oh, of course it is.
Real shithole.
Isn't it? Yeah. Oh, Andy.
It's true.
Near
Well,
The only thing worse is Gary, Indiana, which is where Michael Jackson's from.
Yeah. I had a
Originally
girlfriend from
founded
Indiana.
simply as Argyle. This is the club. Originally founded as Argyle in 1886. The club turned professional. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, so actually they were called Argyle before they were called Plymouth Argyle. So I have no idea.
Does it give a reason? Because I love that sort of thing. Why Why is it that name? Because there will be a reason why they're called Argyle.
Well, I don't know, but I
Here
have
you go.
sets that are in the.
Here you go. It says
Oh,
the
there
club
we go.
crest features the Mayflower. Duh.
Yeah.
The ship that carried the Pilgrims. Duh.
Yeah.
The club was
Yeah.
predominantly played in green and white throughout their history, with a few exceptions in the late 60s and early 70s, when white was the colour of choice. A darker shade of green, described by some as Argyle green.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
They were the most southerly and westerly league club in England, and the only professional club named Argyle. But I don't
Without
know.
getting wet, anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Argyle is kind of like a tartan kind of
Argyle
thing.
Football Club.
Isn't it
That's what
Sheffield
Plymouth-
Wednesday because they used to play on a Wednesday when they
Yeah,
first started?
exactly. Yeah.
Thought that was the case.
It was the Wednesday Football Club, yeah.
Oh, here you go. Much speculation surrounds the origin of the name Argyle. One explanation is that the club was named after the Argyle and Sutherland Highlanders, an army regiment with a strong football side. Another theory is given by the local geography, suggesting the name comes from either the nearby public house, the Argyle Tavern, where the founder members may have met, or from a local street,
makes
Argyle
sense too.
Terrace.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The club adopted its name when it became a fully professional club in 1903.
Argyle is also
Right.
Limo Driver and Die Hard.
I'm going to go with
that's
that
true.
pub explanation, Robbie. That's
Yeah.
the one that makes the
By
most sense.
Jove, Holmes, you've done it again.
There you go.
Well, yes, well done. Oh, you see that?
Now
I
find
like
out who
finding things
Exhaust
like
Man is.
Yeah.
that. Exhaust.
Yeah, you've been working up to
We've been
him
there
for long
before.
enough.
Who is this Exhaust Man? Talk about can't get
Oh my
quicker than a
God.
quick fit fitter. That's a very local joke, isn't it?
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Oh shit! Hang on.
He's really
Wait.
Banksy. He's
Now
he's
what
We
have you found,
might
Robbie?
know who the guy is.
I found somebody else who likes to stick his dick in the tailpipe.
Oh,
What have I just found?
not that again.
Robbie.
It's
please.
Beverly Hills Cop, the banana in the tailpipe.
Is this close to the Nutscaping website?
Netscape was great.
God.
I love Netscape. That was
I've
funny.
I had
sheltered
that.
lifestyle, so I make you laugh.
Oh, mate.
Oh no, that doesn't say who he is.
Well, I didn't know about it until the beginning of the week.
I'm
Never
sure,
heard
there's,
of
Really?
Nutscaping. Yeah.
I'm sure there's easier
I
ways
still-
to get vibration.
Ken,
than
I
actually
still don't know
sticking
what it is. I don't think I want to know either.
Oh, it's pretty straightforward. It's just that you take photographs of very, very nice landscapes with a nut hanging in the picture at the top.
Are we talking testicles?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So you just have a bit of a testicle at the top of the screen.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you in bed, Ian? You sound like you're full of cold.
I know. I've been out partying at my youngest son's wedding, so we were.
Oh, right.
I was singing at the top of my voice for 3 hours while we were all dancing.
And you look like you're in
I've been singing
a
tonight,
hotel
too.
room.
I am.
Yeah. Because you bumped
You
into
want me to
Doctor
put
Who.
the wig on so you can finish yourself, or what?
I'm actually.
in the mirror.
He can
Yeah,
borrow your
the
wig.
The Victoria
He met Doctor Who
Services
while he was
Club
there, Andy, and he took him back to the 1940s.
in Marble Arch. Staying in Marble Arch. I'm at the posh end of London for a change.
Posh end.
No, Kent is in the posh end.
No, he's not.
No, I'm
He's
not.
Oh, you're in Marble Arch.
Yeah,
What's the name
The
of the hotel? Is
Dorchester.
it the Cleveland?
it's not. It's the Victory Services Club. So
Continental?
it's for survey or ex-service member. Because Jane's dad did his national service, we can stay here.
Ah.
I used to stay in Cleveland. I think it was called the Cleveland. Very.
Nice, actually. It's all right.
I was
Although
born
we're on the top floor, which is floor 8, and we have to take 2 lifts to get up here.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah. But no, it's fine. It's a nice place to stay. Not cheap, but it's London, so
Well, yeah.
Yeah, tell me about it.
yeah.
What was the name of that hotel I used to stay? Yeah, so I found another picture of somebody sticking their dick in a tailpipe.
Wow.
Well, we
Well,
know
what are you waiting
now,
for?
Robbie.
Have you assigned it to a button yet?
Some classy websites, yeah.
You've got to assign it to the Stream Deck.
I'm not gonna. No, it's.
Don't lie, Robbie. Yes, you are.
When you want to keep it to yourself, you selfish
Yeah,
prick.
that's it. Yeah.
Robbie's off to go and try it now, isn't he?
You need a collection of pictures that look like people on the show.
I
So what
would,
do
but I
these
haven't
people
got-
do now? There's
I
more
don't have-
electric. What do people
I
do
know,
now? There's
exactly,
more
yeah.
electric cars.
That's what it is. That's why they don't want electric cars because there's no tailpipes to fuck.
Yeah.
Well, they can put a fake one in the back. But...
Yeah, that's true. We could open the door.
I'm sure there are easier ways to get a vibration than sticking your knob in an
It's the
exhaust.
prevert upgrade. So.
Well done, Andy.
It's probably something to do with a soot deficiency or something.
Anyway, I'll see you later.
Bye.
See ya.
All right,
Take care,
dear.
everyone.
Bye, Rob.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
Rob.
I walk into.
Oh, you
You
don't
really
know.
don't want to know. Just don't ask.
Really,
No.
really don't want to know.
Unless you have an SUV.
Yeah. Unless you posted a picture like that.
Yeah, it's got to be diesel or petrol.
Or petrol.
As long as the engine turns over at 1,000 revs, you're happy.
Yeah. Well, if you have a Mustang, you can have couples.
Hey, there we
Look,
go.
they don't call them hooker headers for nothing, right? So.
Trouble is the Mustang will blow your nuts
Bloody
off.
hell.
That's in trouble.
Clear.
It's called an orgy at that point.
What?
Hello? Is that Jane?
Come back.
Hello, Jane.
Hi, Jane.
Yeah, Jane's turned up.
Tell Jane we're saying hi. Just saying go to bed. Or they're about
Oh, yeah,
to play.
he's muted, so no.
Ian,
No, it's okay.
Some-
Jess is hi.
they're about to play Come on Eileen. You need to get back down there quick.
No, we thanks for that. We thanks for that one. But James
To
just found out
Rye.
that somebody broke because it was a bit wild at times, and somebody broke a lamp.
Oops.
And what we didn't know is that Jane has been cut by this lamp.
Oh.
Yeah,
Lawsuit.
the lamp hit her as it came down.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's going to go and get some antiseptic, I think. 'Cause just
Oh.
to cover it. It's quite a nasty little. I've just taken a photograph of it. It's quite a nasty little cut. No,
Oh.
you know.
Oh dear. Oh, poor Jane.
So that was the rowdies at this my son's wedding. No, it was really good fun.
Well, it's not a party till something gets broken.
Yeah, exactly.
Or someone
I
gets
wasn't
hurt.
there before you start. It was nothing to do with me.
It wasn't.
I had nothing to do with it.
Well, say what we'll do, Andy. We'll ring them tomorrow and tell them that you broke it.
Well, you can tell them what you like, but I wasn't there. I've got an alibi.
It's telekinesis. You were thinking about it.
Yeah,
I was thinking about singing in bloody tune.
Oh dear.
Am I in tune, Grace? No. Oh, is this in tune?
Oh, you were doing Simon Le Bon?
That's right.
That's from earlier.
Yeah,
So what was Simon Le Bon doing?
Really
That's a
good
callback.
callback. Yeah.
Yeah.
I came here for the coffee.
They had this great little poster in the gents. It was a gentleman, an ex-gentleman's club where we had the wedding and the reception.
Well, no, it still is.
Oh, it still is a gentleman. Is it still a gentleman's club, or is it just thought to anybody?
Well,
Jane?
Weekdays, it's open to members.
It's a members club anyway
And,
in Soho. Great place. Very. I mean, you know,
A lot of Range Rovers
really
parked up
brilliant.
front.
But in the loo, it had this fantastic poster of people who were barred and why they were barred. In fact, let me. I'm going to read a couple of them to you because it was just absolutely hilarious. Where are the pictures? So here we go. So yeah. So still barred. We've got somebody called Jason, Adam the deaf guy, the staring pervert who always comes in with a crash helmet and drinks ale.
Wow.
Yeah, we've got
Specific.
Fat Paul.
I'm in Canada, okay? No, that's
Mickey
not
Two
me.
Suits. One Arm Keith. The Glaswegian. The ginger drunk track called Angus. The ex-con chav twat. Okay, yeah, okay.
And not one SUV guy? That sucks.
No, no.
Oh, no, they're all protected.
Crazy Linda.
I know Crazy Linda.
I know Crazy Linda.
I know, me too.
I like Crazy Linda. That's good.
Yeah. She's coming over tonight. Yeah.
Who wears a ponytail and a bad goatee. Wonderful.
What about the guy with the dangly earring? Is he on there, Ian?
Danny Partridge. He's back and fat. And then what was it? Somebody called Sean, who he's still bad, but he snuck in on Sunday. It's brilliant. But it's a great place. It's fantastic. Really.
Anyway, darlings, my lovelies, I'm going to duck out now because I'm up at silly o'clock to go and do domestic chores and stuff with people. So it's been lovely. Yeah, well, Sunday's my looking after day. I go and look after the old gents in Rotherham.
Yeah.
So I'm off to do.
We'll sing him a song while you're there.
I might do. Just.
The next Andy and Grace album, I want it to be vocal, if that's possible.
No.
Please.
Acapella, all acapella.
A request from your record label.
Have you actually given it a listen, Ian? Right. I mean.
No, I haven't. I've not.
Yeah, well, right. Wait till you have before you pass judgment.
I was because we were really struggling to get there on time because there's been some stuff going on with and traffic was horrendous, so we were almost late for the wedding. And so to distract me, because I knew we were getting later and later, I was watching Ramsey. I was in the chat room, so I've watched a little bit of Ramsey at the beginning, and I watched half of PSN last night. But no, I'll watch it probably tomorrow, or on the train back on Monday.
Well, it was fun while it lasted. So
that'd be great, mate.
All right.
Anyway, Chucks.
Bye-bye, Ian. Bye, Andy.
It's 10 to 2 in the morning. What am I doing? Right. Good night.
Yeah,
all.
I know.
See
I
you.
Bye.
See you later, mate.
Good night. I have a bad internet connection.
Oh. Well, I'm going to have
to... better connection? Sorry to hear
go
that.
and knock it on the head, but I can leave it running.
No worries.
Yeah, I can leave it running.
I just want to say hello.
Anyway.
I should go work on some crap, so it was fun, though.
I'm just going to work on this whiskey for the rest of the night.
Yeah.
And dinner.
Yeah, not bad at that. That's a good move.
All right.
Well,
see you, gents.
See if I can throw one together tomorrow as well.
Good morning, good evening, good night.
Oh, God's sake. Oh,
see you later.
Stuck a fork in my back.
Happy local time.
I'm sorry, what in your back?
Somebody stuck a fork in my back.
A fork in your back?
Yeah.
Fork. Nice and
fork.
Fork.
That was right the first time. Oh, man. All right, well, see, we'll do another one tomorrow night if possible, all right?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Cool.
So, everybody take care, yeah?
See you guys.
You too.
See you
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Love yourselves.
Bye. Bye. Bye.